The air shimmered with an ancient magic as the first light of the world met the vastness of an untouched land. It was here, beneath the canopy of a night that seemed eternal, that Shahmaran came into existence. Her arrival was not marked by a cry or a flash of thunder, but by a silence so profound it commanded the attention of creation itself. The earth seemed to hold its breath, as if aware that something extraordinary had been born. Shahmaran was not merely a creature, she was an essence, a being woven from threads of both divine grace and primal power. Her body was a marvel, a flowing, sinuous form adorned with scales that shimmered like molten gold. Her face, though human in its delicate features, bore a timeless beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Her eyes were pools of liquid amber, deep and unreadable, holding within them the mysteries of ages yet to come. Her creation was said to be an act of balance. Long ago, the gods, weary of the endless clash between chaos and order, sought to create a guardian, someone who could embody the harmony they so desperately craved. They reached into the essence of the earth, taking the fierce wisdom of the serpent and blending it with the compassion of humanity. Shahmaran was the result, a being meant to bridge the gap between the untamed wilds and the fragile hopes of mortals. The first moments of her life were spent in a hidden sanctuary, a place where nature thrived in its purest form. Waterfalls spilled into crystal-clear pools, and ancient trees stretched their arms toward a sky veiled in perpetual twilight. It was here that Shahmaran learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The whispers of the wind, the hum of the earth, and the distant songs of stars filled her with a sense of belonging. Yet, even in her earliest days, there was a flicker of longing, a shadow of something she couldn't yet name. The serpents were her kin, not through birth, but through spirit. They slithered and coiled around her, their scales brushing against her skin like whispers of reassurance. They taught her their ways, their silent communication, their patience, their cunning. But even as she learned, she was unlike them. Her human soul ached with questions, with desires for connection, for understanding something greater than herself. The serpents saw this and revered her all the more, for they knew she was destined for something far beyond the boundaries of their hidden world. One night, under a moon so full it seemed to touch the ground, Shahmaran felt the first stirrings of purpose. The moonlight cascaded over her, illuminating her golden scales until she appeared like a living flame. She gazed up at the sky, her amber eyes reflecting the heavens, and in that moment, she felt both infinite and achingly small. It was then that she first heard it, a voice, not spoken aloud but resonating within her. It was neither commanding nor pleading, it simply was. It spoke of balance, of the fragile thread that connected all living things. Shahmaran did not understand it fully, but she knew it was a part of her, just as much as her serpentine body and human soul. Her divine lineage was both a gift and a weight. Though the gods had blessed her with wisdom and power, they had also placed upon her a burden of loneliness. She could not belong entirely to the world of serpents, nor could she walk among mortals without being feared or misunderstood. This duality became the essence of who she was, a being caught between two worlds, forever yearning for a place where she could simply be. As Shahmaran grew, so did her connection to the forces that had created her. Her touch could heal wounds that seemed beyond repair, her voice could calm even the wildest of beasts, and her gaze could pierce through lies and reveal the truth hidden beneath. The serpents called her their queen, not because she demanded it, but because they felt her presence as something sacred. She was their guide, their protector, and their heart. But there was a moment that marked her above all else, a single act that would define her for eternity. One day, as Shahmaran rested near a spring, a small creature stumbled into her sanctuary. It was a bird, its wing bent at an unnatural angle, its tiny body trembling with fear. Shahmaran cradled it in her hands, her touch as gentle as the breeze. As she whispered soothing words, the bird's wing began to heal, the pain fading away as if it had never existed. The bird looked up at her, its eyes filled with a gratitude so profound it brought tears to her own. It flew away, its song filling the air with a melody that seemed to linger long after it was gone. In that moment, Shahmaran understood the true nature of her existence. She was not born to rule or to conquer. She was born to heal, to bring hope to a world that often seemed bereft of it. Yet, she also knew that such a purpose would not come without sacrifice. For every life she touched, there would be a price to pay, a piece of herself she would give away willingly, knowing it would never return. The gods watched her with a mixture of pride and sorrow. They had created her to be a beacon, but they had also bound her to a fate she could not escape. Shahmaran's heart, so full of love and compassion, would one day be her undoing. They whispered among themselves, wondering if they had been cruel to create her, if the balance they sought was worth the pain she would endure. But Shahmaran did not question her path. She embraced it, not out of obedience, but out of a deep understanding that some things were worth the cost. As the years passed, Shahmaran's name became a legend. The creatures of the forest spoke of her in hushed tones, and the rivers carried tales of her kindness to the farthest reaches of the land. Yet, she remained unseen by mortal eyes, a ghostly figure that existed more in stories than in reality. And though she was revered, she was also feared, for the unknown has always been a source of both wonder and terror. Shahmaran herself felt the weight of these stories. She knew that they would shape how the world saw her, even if the world never truly knew her. She wondered if she would ever find someone who could look beyond the golden scales and divine power, someone who could see the vulnerable heart that beat within her. It was a thought she pushed aside, burying it deep within herself, but it never quite disappeared. The night her destiny truly began was quiet, almost unremarkable. The air was cool, the stars scattered like jewels across the velvet sky. Shahmaran rested near the spring, her mind a tangle of thoughts and emotions. She didn't know that at that very moment, a pair of human eyes had fallen upon her, eyes that would change everything, for better or for worse. The balance she had spent her life protecting was about to be tested in ways she could never have imagined. The earth swallowed him whole. The narrow tunnel he had stumbled into was dark and damp, its walls closing in as if the earth itself meant to trap him. His trembling fingers traced the rough stone, searching for a way forward or back, but there was none. The air grew heavier, pressing against his chest like unseen hands. He fell to his knees, his breath quick and shallow, when suddenly there was light. Not the harsh glare of the sun, but a soft, golden glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. It spilled from cracks in the walls and dripped from the ceiling like liquid fire. The tunnel seemed to widen, and he crawled toward the light, unable to stop himself. The moment he crossed the threshold, his breath caught. It was like stepping into a dream. The ceiling arched high above, glittering with stones that shone like stars. Veins of gold and silver twisted through the rock, weaving patterns that seemed alive. Pools of water so clear they looked like glass reflected the shimmering glow, and from their depths, faint ripples spread outward, as though something stirred just beneath the surface. The air smelled of earth and rain, sweetened by the faint scent of blooming flowers. Strange vines curled along the walls, their blossoms glowing faintly, each petal a different shade, crimson, sapphire, emerald. Their roots snaked down into the pools, drinking from waters that whispered softly, as if they carried secrets too sacred to be spoken aloud. And there were serpents. They moved like rivers of silk, their scales flashing in shades of gold, silver, and black. Some coiled lazily around the roots of the vines, their eyes half closed, while others wove patterns in the water, their movements so fluid they seemed to melt into the ripples. They did not hiss or strike. Instead, their presence felt ancient and watchful, like they were guarding something precious. At the heart of it all stood the throne. It wasn't carved from stone or shaped by human hands. It rose naturally from the earth, its surface polished smooth by time and power. Vines wrapped around its base, their blossoms spilling down like a cascade of jewels. And above it, carved into the walls, were symbols, serpents winding through circles, stars trapped in webs of light. They pulsed faintly, as if the stone itself breathed. The silence in the chamber was not empty. It hummed with life, with voices too quiet to hear but impossible to ignore. And then there was movement, slow, deliberate. From the shadows behind the throne, she appeared. Her scales glistened like molten gold, flowing down her body and pooling at her feet. Her hair fell in dark waves, framing a face that seemed carved from ivory. But it was her eyes that held him still, eyes like burning amber, sharp enough to pierce through flesh and soul. She did not speak, but her presence filled the chamber, commanding every breath, every heartbeat. She moved without sound, her bare feet leaving no trace on the polished floor. The serpents stirred as she passed, bowing their heads, their bodies curling in patterns that mirrored the carvings on the walls. She paused by one of the pools, trailing her fingers through the water. The ripples turned golden at her touch, spreading outward until the entire surface shimmered like sunlight. And then she looked at him. It wasn't anger or curiosity that burned in her gaze. It was something older, heavier, a weight that settled over his shoulders, making it hard to stand. Her voice, when it came, was soft but unyielding, like the current of a river that never stops flowing. "You should not be here." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. But before he could speak, the chamber shifted. The light dimmed, shadows lengthened, and the serpents began to move. They encircled him, their scales brushing against his skin, not as a threat but as a warning. The vines above trembled, their blossoms closing like eyes that dared not watch. The water darkened, the golden ripples fading into black. The humming in the air grew louder, sharper, and he felt it in his bones, the ancient power that pulsed through this place, that had lived here long before humans had walked the earth. And yet, there was beauty in the fear. Even as the shadows stretched and the serpents closed in, there was an aching wonder in every detail, the way the stones caught the light, the way the carvings seemed to shift and breathe, the way her eyes never left his. He wanted to run, but his feet stayed rooted. He wanted to speak, but no words would come. All he could do was stand there, surrounded by scales and shadows, and wait for whatever came next. The night the stars bled, the earth trembled. Villagers woke to the cries of animals, their restless hooves pounding the dirt. The air hung thick with something unseen, something that pressed against their chests and quickened their breaths. In the sky, the moon glowed red, its light spilling across the hills like a wound that refused to heal. In the heart of the mountains, a priestess knelt before an ancient altar. Her trembling hands scattered grains of incense into the flames, but the smoke rose sluggishly, curling into shapes that twisted and writhed before vanishing. Her lips moved in prayers she barely understood, words passed down for centuries, yet they felt brittle now, too fragile to carry the weight of what she saw. The water in her bowl rippled, though there was no wind. A single drop of blood fell from her finger, staining the surface. She had not cut herself, yet there it was, red as the moon outside. The flames roared higher, and the shadows on the walls began to dance. She saw a serpent with eyes of fire and scales that gleamed like gold. It coiled around the world, its body endless, its presence heavy with promise and danger. And then she saw the woman. Her face was pale, almost luminous, and her hair fell in dark rivers down her back. She stood on the edge of a cliff, the wind tugging at her robes, and below her, the earth split open, swallowing cities and forests alike. The priestess gasped, clutching her chest as the vision shattered. Her breathing was ragged, her heart pounding so loudly she barely heard the whispers rising from the flames. But she knew what they said. She had heard the stories, passed from one generation to the next. The Queen of Serpents would rise, her beauty unmatched, her power beyond reckoning. She would bring both ruin and salvation, and no mortal could stand in her way. Far away, in a cavern hidden from human eyes, Shahmaran stirred. She felt the shift in the air, the pull of something vast and unseen. Her serpents moved restlessly around her, their scales catching the faint golden light. They, too, felt it, the trembling of the earth, the hum in the stones, the whispers carried by the water. She closed her eyes, and the visions came. She saw cities burning, towers crumbling into ash. She saw faces turned upward, their eyes filled with fear and wonder. She saw herself walking among them, her bare feet leaving no prints, her voice echoing in their hearts like thunder. And she saw blood, rivers of it, staining the ground, feeding the roots of trees that grew twisted and wild. But there was more. Beneath the destruction, she saw hands reaching for each other. She saw tears that healed instead of burned. She saw seeds planted in ashes, and from them, life rising again. She saw love that defied death and hope that refused to die. And she wept. The prophecies had always been there, carved into stone and whispered by wind and water. Her birth had been foretold, her beauty praised, her power feared. But no one had spoken of this, of the weight that would settle on her shoulders, the ache that would grow in her heart. No one had warned her of the loneliness, the longing to be understood, the hunger for something more than duty and destiny. Outside, the earth shuddered again, and far above, the red moon began to fade. The villagers lit fires and whispered prayers, hoping to hold back whatever was coming. But Shahmaran knew it could not be stopped. The flames in the priestess's altar had already spoken. The signs were written in the stars and the stones and the blood that ran through her veins. Somewhere, a child cried out, and a mother held him close, rocking him back and forth. Somewhere, a man stood at the edge of a river, his reflection rippling as he tossed coins into the water, begging for mercy. And somewhere, Shahmaran sat in the heart of her cavern, her golden eyes staring into the dark, her hands trembling as she held the weight of the future. She had seen what must be done, and she had seen what it would cost. The world above did not know her yet, but it would. Her name would be whispered in fear and awe. Her beauty would draw kings to their knees and send armies to war. Her tears would fall like rain, and her anger would burn like fire. And the prophecies would come true, whether she willed it or not. The flames flickered low, casting trembling shadows across the walls. The scent of crushed herbs filled the air, basil, thyme, and something older, something sharp that burned the back of the throat. A single droplet of oil fell into the flame, and it hissed, releasing a thin curl of smoke that swirled like a living thing. Shahmaran's eyes followed it, unblinking, golden and bright even in the dim light. Her hands moved slowly, carefully, grinding the roots in a stone bowl. The rhythm of the pestle echoed like a heartbeat, steady and calm, though her own pulse raced beneath her skin. A man lay before her, his breath shallow, his skin pale and clammy. His chest rose and fell as though every breath might be his last. She touched his forehead, and he flinched, though his eyes did not open. The snakes coiled around her feet hissed softly, their voices blending into a hum that filled the cavern. She listened, tilting her head as though hearing words no one else could understand. Her fingers brushed against the man's lips, then dipped into the paste she had made. She pressed it gently against his tongue, whispering words that carried the weight of centuries. The snakes moved closer, their scales brushing the stone. One of them rose, its eyes meeting hers. She nodded, and it slid away into the shadows. The man's breathing slowed, steadied. Shahmaran exhaled, but the tension in her shoulders did not ease. Healing was never guaranteed. It came at a price, time, strength, and sometimes, life. She stood and walked to the pool at the edge of the chamber. Its surface was smooth, reflecting her face and the glow of the flames behind her. She reached into the water, and it rippled outward. Images flickered, a child coughing in the arms of his mother, a woman clutching her stomach as blood soaked her robes, a soldier gripping his side while his comrades screamed for help. Their pain reached her through the water, pressing against her chest until she could barely breathe. Shahmaran closed her eyes, letting the visions wash over her. She could see the veins under their skin, dark and knotted like roots strangling the earth. She could feel the poison spreading, slow and merciless. Her hands trembled as she dipped them into the water again. She whispered to it, asking for answers, begging for guidance. The surface shimmered, and then the images changed. She saw flowers, yellow and fragile, growing at the edge of a cliff. She saw roots twisting underground, hidden but strong. She saw fire burning leaves until only ash remained, and from that ash, something new began to grow. Her eyes snapped open. She knew what she needed. The serpents returned, carrying sprigs of the yellow flowers in their mouths. She knelt, taking them gently, pressing her lips to their heads in gratitude. The snakes had always been her eyes and ears, her messengers and guardians. They moved through the earth, unseen and unnoticed, carrying her whispers to the wind and bringing back secrets the world had long forgotten. She worked quickly, crushing the flowers, mixing them with oils and powders. The paste shimmered faintly, as though it held light trapped inside. Shahmaran held it in her hands, feeling the energy hum against her skin. She returned to the man, leaning close so her breath warmed his face. "Do not leave," she whispered. "Not yet." Her voice was soft but firm, a command and a plea all at once. She smeared the paste over his chest, tracing patterns that glowed briefly before fading into his skin. The snakes hissed louder, their bodies weaving intricate shapes around them. The air thickened, and Shahmaran felt the weight of it pressing against her, pulling at her strength. She did not stop. Her hands moved with purpose, her voice rising and falling in words older than time. The flames leaped higher, and the water in the pool churned. The man gasped, his body arching as if struck by lightning. Shahmaran's heart pounded, but she did not pull away. She pressed her hands harder against his chest, willing life into him. And then it was over. The flames dimmed, the water stilled, and the man lay silent. Shahmaran's breath caught, her hands trembling as she waited. Finally, his eyes fluttered open. He looked at her, confused, afraid, and alive. The snakes lowered themselves to the ground, their bodies relaxing. Shahmaran sank to her knees, exhaustion crashing over her. But she smiled, a small, tired smile that barely touched her lips. She knew what he would ask when he found his voice. They always did. They wanted to know how she had done it, what magic she had used, what price she had paid. But Shahmaran never gave answers. She knew the truth would only frighten them more. The knowledge she carried was older than words, older than memory. It came from the earth and the water, from fire and shadow. It came from pain and sacrifice, from blood spilled and tears shed. It was not meant to be understood. It simply was. The serpents began to sing, a low, haunting sound that filled the chamber. Shahmaran leaned back against the stone, closing her eyes and letting the sound wash over her. She could feel the man's gaze on her, heavy with questions he did not dare to ask. The paste on his skin still shimmered faintly, a reminder of the power she had given him. He would live, but he would never be the same. None of them ever were. The touch of her hands, the weight of her voice, it stayed with them, even after they left the cavern and returned to their lives. And Shahmaran remained, surrounded by her serpents, her heart heavy with the knowledge she could not escape. She had saved one life, but the visions in the water still lingered. There would always be more cries, more pain, more souls teetering between life and death. She opened her eyes and stared into the flames. They flickered like tongues, twisting and turning as though they, too, carried secrets. Shahmaran's fingers brushed the edge of the bowl, and the herbs within it crumbled to dust. She listened to the serpent's song, letting it echo in her mind. The world above had forgotten the old ways, but she had not. She could not. The knowledge flowed through her veins, heavy and unrelenting, binding her to a purpose that would never let her go. The torches hissed as their flames danced against the damp walls. Shadows stretched and twisted, merging with the dark corners of the cavern. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of burning herbs and something bitter, something ancient. Shahmaran stood at the edge of the pool, her reflection rippling as though it refused to hold her gaze. Her golden eyes burned, but her face betrayed no fear. The serpents coiled at her feet hissed softly, their voices weaving into one, like whispers carried through the wind. They could sense it too, the tremor in the earth, the chill that lingered even near the fire. Something was coming. Something the water had already seen. Shahmaran reached out, her fingers brushing the surface, and the ripples calmed as though the pool itself waited for her command. The vision struck like lightning. Her body jerked, but she did not cry out. Images flooded her mind, betrayal, blood staining the stones, chains rattling in the dark. She saw eyes filled with hunger and fear, hands reaching out, grasping, breaking. She saw her own reflection shatter like glass, her image dissolving into 1,000 fragments. And she saw the face of the one who would bring ruin, not with rage, but with tears. The water darkened, and Shahmaran pulled her hand back, trembling. The serpents stirred, their bodies weaving around her legs, but their presence could not silence the pounding in her chest. She staggered away from the pool, her breath sharp and uneven. The whispers grew louder, words forming from the hissing echoes. They will come. They will beg. They will betray. The serpent's voices overlapped, weaving together into a single, haunting warning. Shahmaran pressed her hands against her ears, but the words pushed through, pressing against her skull until her knees buckled. The stones were cold beneath her palms, but the heat in her chest burned hotter. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. The shadows shifted, and she turned to face them. An old serpent slithered forward, its scales dull but its eyes sharp as knives. It raised its head, looking into her soul, and spoke with a voice like crumbling stone. The prophecy cannot be undone. The word struck like a blade. Shahmaran flinched but did not look away. They will come, the serpent said again. They will steal your kindness. They will shatter your trust. Shahmaran's hands clenched into fists. The water still rippled, reflecting the flames like trembling stars. She wanted to believe it was wrong, that the future could be changed. But the visions lingered, and the serpent's voice rang in her ears. They will bring chains, it said. They will bring fire. And when they will leave ruin. The other serpents hissed, their bodies weaving patterns into the stone. Shahmaran stepped closer to the old serpent, her voice sharp but unsteady. And if I refuse them? The serpent's eyes narrowed. They will take what they cannot earn. Shahmaran's heart pounded. She thought of the humans she had seen, their fragile bodies, their desperate eyes. She had saved them, healed them, whispered hope into their ears. But the visions had shown something darker, something cruel and unrelenting. She closed her eyes, but the images burned brighter. A woman with a broken voice, pleading for mercy. A man with trembling hands, hiding a blade behind his back. Shahmaran opened her eyes, her breath ragged. The flames crackled, and the shadows seemed to grow taller. The old serpent lowered its head, its voice softening. You cannot save them all, it said. The word struck harder than any prophecy. Shahmaran turned away, her fingers brushing the edges of the stone bowl that held her herbs. She thought of the lives she had saved, the voices that had thanked her before disappearing into the world above. She thought of their promises, their tears. And she thought of the chains. The serpents hissed again, but their voices no longer sounded like warnings. They sounded like grief, heavy and hollow. Shahmaran knelt beside the fire, her hands trembling as she ground the herbs into dust. She could still hear the old serpent's words, echoing in her mind. They will beg. They will betray. Her hand stopped. The herbs slipped through her fingers, falling like ash. Shahmaran stared at them, her chest tightening. The prophecy had been spoken long before she was born, long before the stones of the cavern had been shaped. It was carved into the earth, etched into the bones of the serpents. And now it had come alive. She turned back to the pool, her reflection staring up at her. Her golden eyes glistened, but not with tears. She could not cry, not yet. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced like ghosts. Somewhere, far above the earth, footsteps echoed. They were coming. The serpents stirred, their scales scraping against the stone. Shahmaran did not move. Her heart ached, but her eyes burned. She reached into the pool again, watching as the water darkened. This time, the vision was clear. A man stood at the entrance, his face streaked with dirt, his clothes torn. He looked lost, afraid. But in his hands, he held a knife. Shahmaran's breath caught, and the water rippled. The vision shifted, and she saw the chains again, saw herself bound, her voice silenced. The prophecy rang in her ears. They will come. They will beg. They will betray. The flames hissed, and Shahmaran stood. The serpents gathered around her, their eyes reflecting the fire. She reached down, brushing their heads, and they fell silent. Her pulse quickened, but her voice was steady. Let them come. The flames flared, and the shadows stretched higher. The serpents hissed once more, but this time, it sounded like a warning. Shahmaran stepped closer to the water, her reflection flickering, but her eyes did not waver. She knew the danger. She felt the weight of the prophecy pressing against her chest. But she would not run. Not yet. The cavern walls trembled, as if the earth itself could sense the weight of betrayal about to unfold. Shahmaran sat by the glowing pool, her golden eyes dimmed, her hands resting lightly on the scales of a serpent curled at her feet. She had seen the signs, the flickering shadows, the uneasy whispers of the water, but she had clung to hope, fragile and trembling. The man knelt before her, his breath shallow, his gaze darting like a cornered animal. His clothes were torn, his face streaked with dust and sweat. He had come to her in desperation, pleading for mercy, for healing. And she had given it. Her touch had soothed his pain. Her voice had quieted his fears. She had opened her sanctuary to him, shared her knowledge, her trust. But now, he would break it. Shahmaran's eyes lingered on his trembling hands. They had reached for her with gratitude, but now they gripped something sharp, hidden beneath his cloak, trembling like a secret ready to strike. She felt the weight of it, heavier than any blade. Her serpent stirred, sensing the shift in the air. Their hisses were soft, but they carried a warning. The man did not meet her gaze. She rose slowly, her shadow stretching across the stone floor, swallowing his smaller form. Her voice, soft but unyielding, cut through the silence. "Is this how you repay kindness?" The man flinched, but his hand tightened around the hilt. The serpents hissed louder, their bodies coiling closer, but Shahmaran raised a hand, and they fell silent. She gave him one last chance, one last moment to pull away from the edge. But his eyes, those same eyes that had once pleaded for help, were clouded now, not with fear, but with greed. Her chest tightened. She had known. The visions had warned her. The serpents had whispered of betrayal. But she had hoped. She had believed that perhaps this one mortal would be different. The blade flashed. The serpents lunged, but it was too late. Shahmaran staggered, the cold bite of steel slicing through her skin. The cavern pulsed with rage as the serpents writhed and screamed, their hisses echoing like thunder. But Shahmaran did not cry out. Her golden eyes locked onto the man, burning even as her strength faltered. "Why?" Her voice broke, trembling with something deeper than pain. The man stepped back, the knife slick with her blood. His lips parted, but no words came. Shame flickered across his face, but it was swallowed by something darker, the hunger for what he had come to steal. Her secrets. Her power. The serpents struck, their fangs sinking into his flesh. He screamed, dropping the knife, but the damage had been done. Shahmaran fell to her knees, her vision blurring as the light of the pool flickered. The serpents coiled around her, their bodies trembling, as if trying to hold her together. But the knife had done more than pierce her skin. It had shattered something deeper. Her voice, weak but steady, echoed through the cavern. "You will regret this." The man collapsed, his body convulsing as the serpent's venom coursed through his veins. But Shahmaran did not look at him. Her eyes fixed on the water, its surface rippling as though it wept for her. The serpents wept too, their cries filling the cavern. But Shahmaran's tears did not fall. Her hands, stained with her own blood, pressed against the stone as she forced herself to rise. Her legs trembled, but she did not fall. The man's body stilled, his eyes wide and empty. But his betrayal lived on, burned into her soul. It was not the knife that hurt the most, it was the trust she had given, the hope she had held. The flames in the cavern dimmed, and the serpents fell silent. Shahmaran looked at them, her voice barely a whisper. "Never again." The words carried through the darkness, heavy and final. The serpents bowed their heads, their movements slow and sorrowful. The pool reflected Shahmaran's image, fractured and trembling. But her eyes burned. The air grew colder. The cavern walls seemed to close in, as though the earth itself mourned. But Shahmaran did not weep. Her hands pressed against the wound, her breath steadying. She would heal. She would rise. But the scars would remain. And so would the warning, etched into her heart, carved into the stone, whispered by the serpents. Trust was a weapon, and mortals knew how to wield it. Jamal's hands trembled as he brushed aside the thick vines that hung like curtains over the jagged mouth of the cave. His breath came in short, uneven bursts, but he didn't turn back. The wind howled behind him, carrying whispers that tangled in his thoughts, but he forced himself forward. The flickering torch in his grip spat embers, and for a moment he felt as though unseen eyes watched him from the shadows. The ground beneath his feet sloped downward, uneven and damp. Every step echoed, sharp and hollow, like the beating of a frightened heart. He swallowed hard, the weight of his hunger and desperation pushing him onward. He hadn't meant to stray this far. His search for water had turned into something else entirely, a test, perhaps, or a punishment. He stopped when his foot struck something brittle. Bones. Small, scattered fragments bleached white under the pale torchlight. Jamal froze, his pulse thundering. He wasn't alone. A hiss, low and steady, crawled through the cavern. It wasn't the wind this time. His grip on the torch tightened, knuckles turning white. He wanted to run, to turn back before it was too late, but something deeper, something stronger, held him in place. Curiosity, perhaps, or the quiet voice that had always whispered in his ear, urging him to dream bigger than his station, to reach higher than he dared. The sound came again, closer now. A slither. He raised the torch, and the light revealed the smooth, glistening curve of a serpent's body, coiled and waiting. Its scales shimmered like polished jewels, and its eyes, golden and unblinking, locked onto his. Jamal staggered back, but the serpent didn't strike. Instead, it tilted its head, almost as if it were measuring him. He wanted to scream, but the sound caught in his throat. The serpent moved, slow and deliberate, and Jamal saw something else, an opening beyond the creature, a glow that pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. His feet carried him forward before his mind could catch up. The serpent didn't stop him. It slithered aside, disappearing into the darkness, leaving him alone before the light. Jamal stepped through the narrow passage, and the air changed. Warmer. Heavier. The walls shimmered, alive with veins of gold and silver that pulsed softly. His torch felt small, weak against the glow that surrounded him. And then he saw her. She stood at the edge of an emerald pool, her reflection rippling in the water. Her hair cascaded down her back, dark as midnight, and her skin shimmered faintly, as if kissed by moonlight. But it was her eyes that held him. Golden, sharp, and ancient, eyes that saw through him, stripping him bare. Jamal fell to his knees. Not out of fear, but something else, something heavier. Awe. Reverence. She did not move, but he felt her presence press against him, powerful and unyielding. "Who are you?" Her voice rang out, soft yet commanding, and it pierced through him like an arrow. He tried to speak, but his lips wouldn't form the words. "Who sent you?" Her eyes narrowed, and Jamal felt the weight of her gaze. He forced himself to find his voice, though it trembled. "No one," he whispered. "I was lost. I didn't mean to come here." A flicker of doubt crossed her face, but it vanished just as quickly. Her serpents emerged from the shadows, their bodies weaving around her, their eyes locked on him. Jamal flinched as one of them slithered closer, its tongue flicking out to taste the air around him. "You should not be here," she said, her voice colder now. "Men do not belong in this place." Jamal lowered his head, but the desperation in his heart wouldn't let him stay silent. "I mean no harm," he said quickly. "Please. I need help." Her eyes softened, just for a moment. The torches lining the walls flickered, and the pool rippled as if stirred by invisible hands. She steadied him, and the silence that followed felt heavier than words. "You are bold," she said at last, her tone unreadable. Perhaps too bold. She stepped closer, her movements as fluid as the serpents at her feet. Jamal didn't move. He couldn't. Her presence held him in place, like gravity itself. "Tell me," she said, her voice quieter now, "what are you willing to sacrifice?" The question hung in the air, and Jamal's chest tightened. He didn't know the answer, not yet. But he had come this far, and he couldn't turn back. "I'll do anything," he said, his voice breaking. The corner of her mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but something close. She reached out, her fingers grazing his cheek, and Jamal shivered at her touch. It was warm, but there was something beneath it, something ancient and untamed. "You may regret those words," she said softly. The torches flared, and the serpents hissed, their bodies circling closer. The air seemed to pulse, alive with unseen energy. Jamal clenched his fists, but he didn't move. Her golden eyes burned into his, and for the first time, he felt it, the weight of the choice he had made. The ground trembled, and the light of the pool grew brighter, casting long shadows across the walls. Jamal didn't flinch. He held her gaze, and in that moment, he knew there was no turning back. The first time their eyes met, the world seemed to shudder and then fall completely silent. Jamal froze, the torchlight flickering wildly in his trembling hand. The glow of the emerald pool reflected off her skin, casting ripples of light that danced across her face. She stood there, both terrifying and beautiful, as if she belonged to a time older than the stars. Her golden eyes pierced through him, and in that instant, Jamal felt as though she had reached into his soul and touched something he didn't even know was there. He couldn't breathe. Her gaze held him like chains, yet it didn't feel like imprisonment. It felt like surrender. The fire inside her eyes didn't burn him, it warmed him, pulled him closer, even as every part of his mind screamed for him to run. But his heart? It begged him to stay. She tilted her head slightly, and Jamal's chest tightened. The torches along the walls flared as if the room itself had inhaled. Her voice, when it came, wasn't sharp like he had expected. It wasn't angry or cold. It was quiet, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. "Who are you?" The question cut through the air, and Jamal felt his knees weaken. He didn't answer. He couldn't. His voice was gone, lost somewhere between fear and wonder. She stepped closer, and her movements were impossibly graceful, like water flowing without resistance. The shadows from her serpents shifted along the walls, their eyes gleaming like distant stars. They circled her feet, silent but watchful. Jamal flinched as one of them hissed softly, its tongue flickering out to taste the air between them. Still, he didn't run. She stopped just a few steps away, close enough for him to feel the warmth radiating from her. Close enough for him to see the delicate scales that shimmered along her arms and neck, marks that should have frightened him, but instead made his pulse race in ways he couldn't explain. Her lips parted, but she didn't speak again. Instead, her eyes softened, and for the first time, Jamal saw something unexpected beneath the surface of her sharp, golden stare. Loneliness. It hit him like a blow to the chest. He didn't know what he had expected, a monster, perhaps, or a cruel, untouchable goddess, but not this. Not the ache that seemed to linger behind her gaze, the kind of ache he understood all too well. His hand trembled, but he lowered the torch, letting the shadows close in around them. He didn't need the light anymore. He could see her clearly. "I'm Jamal," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. Her eyes flickered, like candlelight caught in a sudden draft. She didn't speak, but something shifted between them, a crack in the silence, a thread pulled tight. Jamal took a step closer. He didn't know why. Every instinct told him to keep his distance, but something stronger, something raw and impossible to fight, pushed him forward. "Are you afraid of me?" she asked. The question hung in the air, sharp and fragile. Jamal swallowed. He should have said yes. Any sane man would have. But the words never came. "No," he said. Her lips parted slightly, but she didn't move away. Instead, she reached out, her fingers brushing against his cheek. Jamal shivered at her touch. It wasn't cold, like he had expected. It was warm. Alive. "Why aren't you afraid?" Jamal didn't have an answer. He only knew that he couldn't look away. He couldn't leave. Not now. Her serpent stirred, restless, but she stilled them with a glance. Her hand lingered against his face for a moment longer before she pulled away, and Jamal felt the loss like a sudden drop in temperature. "What do you want from me?" she asked. Jamal's chest tightened. He didn't know how to explain it, the pull he felt, the weight of her presence that made everything else seem distant and small. He didn't even know what he wanted. All he knew was that he couldn't leave her. "I don't know," he said softly. Her eyes searched his, and Jamal thought he saw something break beneath the surface. For the first time, she looked uncertain. Vulnerable. The torches burned lower, their light flickering against the stone walls, and the room seemed to shrink around them. Jamal reached out, his fingers brushing against her hand. She didn't pull away. Instead, her fingers curled around his, and the weight of her touch sent a jolt through him. Neither of them spoke. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It was heavy, alive with something Jamal couldn't name. The pool behind her shimmered, casting waves of light across their faces. Her serpents circled closer, but Jamal didn't flinch. His focus stayed on her, and for the first time, he saw her not as a legend or a creature, but as someone who had been waiting. Waiting for him. Her eyes burned into his, and Jamal felt his pulse quicken. He didn't understand it. He didn't need to. All he knew was that in that moment, nothing else mattered. Not the darkness. Not the danger. Not even the warning whispers that echoed in the back of his mind. Only her. The moonlight spilled through the cracks in the cavern ceiling, painting silver lines across the water's surface. Jamal sat at the edge of the pool, his reflection rippling and breaking apart with each small movement he made. Shahmaran lingered nearby, her serpents curled lazily around her, their scales glinting faintly in the dim light. Neither spoke. But the silence was not uncomfortable. Jamal traced patterns in the dirt with his finger, glancing at her now and then, unsure if he should speak first. Shahmaran was watching him, she always did. Her golden eyes never missed the slight shifts in his posture or the flickers of hesitation that crossed his face. Yet there was no judgment in her gaze, only curiosity. "Do humans always look so restless?" Her voice broke the quiet. Jamal smiled faintly. "Only when they feel out of place." "Do you feel out of place?" He looked at her then, really looked. Her scales caught the moonlight, creating a soft glow around her. She was so different, so otherworldly, yet there was something about her that felt familiar, as if he'd known her long before this moment. "Not anymore," he said softly. A flicker of something passed through her expression, surprise, perhaps, or something deeper. She didn't respond, but her eyes softened, and Jamal felt his chest tighten. The days passed slowly, but their conversations grew longer. Jamal spoke of the world above, the markets filled with laughter and noise, the smell of bread baking in the mornings, and the sound of children chasing each other through dusty streets. Shahmaran listened, her eyes filled with wonder, though a shadow always lingered when he spoke of humans. She shared her world, too, but her words carried sorrow. She spoke of stillness, of echoes, of secrets buried beneath the earth where no one dared to look. Her voice was calm, but Jamal could hear the loneliness in every word. One night, as they sat by the water, Shahmaran reached out and traced the lines of his palm. Her touch was light, but it sent shivers down his spine. "Your hands are rough," she murmured. "Like they've carried too much." Jamal swallowed. "And yours?" She turned her hand over, letting him see the faint scales that shimmered along her fingers. "They've carried nothing but shadows." Jamal took her hand carefully, cradling it as if it might break. "Not anymore," he whispered. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned closer, and Jamal felt the air grow heavier, charged with something unspoken. Days turned into weeks. Jamal found himself learning the patterns of her voice, how it softened when she spoke of hope and sharpened when she spoke of betrayal. He began to recognize the moods of her serpents, their movements reflecting her own, calm when she was at ease, restless when her thoughts turned dark. He taught her songs from his village, and she hummed along, her voice weaving through the melody in ways that made the cavern feel warmer. She showed him how to read the movements of water, how to feel the earth's pulse through the stones. But for all their closeness, there were moments when Jamal felt the weight of the differences between them. He would catch her watching him with an expression he couldn't quite name, part longing, part fear. One evening, as the fire crackled between them, Shahmaran spoke softly. "You will leave one day," she said. Jamal's heart sank. He shook his head, but she raised her hand to stop him. "Not today, not tomorrow," she continued, "but someday." He reached for her hand, but she pulled it away this time. "I can't change what I am, Jamal." Her voice trembled. "And neither can you." The words lingered in the air, heavy and sharp. Jamal wanted to argue, to tell her she was wrong, but he saw the truth in her eyes. She wasn't afraid of him, she was afraid of what would happen when their worlds collided. Still, he stayed. Nights grew longer, and the cavern no longer felt like a prison. It felt like a sanctuary. Jamal memorized the way Shahmaran's laughter echoed against the walls, how her eyes softened when she let her guard down. He knew the patterns of her scales, the way they shifted in the light, and the way her voice steadied his heartbeat when doubts threatened to creep in. And she learned him too. She knew the sound of his footsteps, the weight of his voice when he was tired, and the way he held her gaze like he was trying to burn the moment into his memory. But even in the quiet, there was a shadow that neither of them dared to name. Shahmaran's serpents were restless, sensing something that lingered just out of reach. And Jamal, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't silence the voice in the back of his mind that reminded him he didn't belong here. Still, they held on. One night, as the fire burned low, Shahmaran leaned against Jamal's shoulder. Her breath was warm against his skin, and he closed his eyes, letting the moment linger. "If you could stay forever, would you?" she whispered. Jamal didn't hesitate. "Yes." The word hung between them, fragile and full of promises neither of them knew how to keep. But Shahmaran's eyes were heavy with something Jamal couldn't name. She reached out and touched his face, her fingers trembling. "Forever is not ours," she said. Jamal's chest ached, but he didn't pull away. He held her hand against his cheek and let the silence wrap around them, as if they could keep time from moving forward. But deep down, they both knew the truth. Their bond was as fragile as the flames that flickered between them, beautiful, fleeting, and dangerously close to burning out. The nights felt heavier now. The air inside the cavern wrapped around Jamal like a thick shroud, pressing down on his chest and making it hard to breathe. He sat by the water's edge, his reflection flickering across the surface, distorted by ripples that seemed to mirror the chaos in his heart. Sleep had become a stranger to him. Even when he closed his eyes, he saw her. Shahmaran's golden eyes haunted him, piercing through the darkness and pulling him deeper into thoughts he could not escape. He told himself it was curiosity at first. She was unlike anyone he had ever known, a creature born of mystery and shadows, yet filled with warmth that softened even the coldest corners of his soul. But as the days stretched into nights, and the nights blurred into endless whispers and stolen glances, Jamal felt something shift inside him. It wasn't just her beauty that held him captive, the scales that shimmered like pearls, the way her hair tumbled over her shoulders like streams of dark water, or the serpents that coiled around her as if she were a queen commanding their devotion. It was her voice that lingered long after she spoke, carrying secrets that begged to be unraveled. It was the wisdom in her words, the way she saw through him as if peeling back every layer of his being. Jamal tried to fight it. He reminded himself of who he was, a man of flesh and bone, of earth and sky. She was something else, something ancient and untouchable, carved out of myth and magic. Yet, the more he tried to push her away, the more her presence filled the empty spaces within him. One night, as the fire crackled low, Shahmaran sat across from him, her gaze steady and unreadable. Jamal's hands trembled as he traced the lines on his palms, searching for answers that refused to come. "You're restless again," she said softly. He looked up, startled by how easily she could see through him. "I don't know what's happening to me." Shahmaran tilted her head, her serpents shifting against her skin. "You're afraid." Jamal swallowed hard. "Of what?" "Of what you can't understand." Her words hit him like a blade, sharp and unforgiving, because he knew they were true. He was afraid of how she made him feel, afraid of the dreams that carried her face and the ache that tightened in his chest every time she smiled. He stood abruptly, pacing along the edge of the water. "I don't belong here," he muttered. "But you haven't left," Shahmaran said. Jamal froze. Her voice was calm, but her eyes betrayed something deeper, something fragile. "Why haven't you left, Jamal?" He couldn't answer. The silence stretched between them, heavy and unspoken. Shahmaran rose, her movements fluid, almost otherworldly. She stopped in front of him, so close that he could feel the warmth of her breath. "Say it," she whispered. Jamal's heart pounded. He didn't know if it was the cavern's stillness or the weight of her presence, but he felt as though the world had stopped spinning. "I can't," he said, his voice barely a whisper. Shahmaran reached out, her fingers brushing against his cheek. The touch was light, but it burned through him like fire. "Say it," she repeated, and this time her voice trembled. Jamal closed his eyes, but the truth clawed its way out of him before he could stop it. "Because I can't leave you," he said. The words hung in the air, fragile and raw. Shahmaran's breath hitched, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she let her hand linger against his skin, and Jamal leaned into her touch as if it might anchor him to something real. But even as his heart raced, doubts gnawed at him. What was he doing? What was he becoming? The lines between what he wanted and what he feared had blurred so much that he could no longer tell the difference. Shahmaran seemed to sense it. She stepped back, her eyes darkening with something Jamal couldn't name. "You don't understand what you're asking for," she said. "Then make me understand." Her gaze softened, but there was sadness in it, too. "Some things can't be undone, Jamal." He reached for her hand, gripping it tightly. "And some things shouldn't be ignored." Shahmaran didn't respond. Instead, she turned away, leaving Jamal standing there with his thoughts tangled in knots he couldn't untie. Sleep refused to find him that night. He lay awake, staring at the cavern ceiling, his mind spinning with questions. What was this pull he felt toward her? Was it love? Or was it something darker, something born out of the loneliness that had followed him into this place? He didn't have answers. All he knew was that he couldn't stop himself from wanting more, from wanting her. The days that followed were no easier. Shahmaran kept her distance, and Jamal felt the ache of it like a wound that refused to heal. He caught her watching him when she thought he wasn't looking, her eyes filled with something that both comforted and terrified him. One evening, as the fire flickered low, Shahmaran broke the silence. "Do you think love can survive between two worlds?" Jamal's breath caught. The question felt heavier than the stones that lined the cavern walls. "If it's real," he said. Shahmaran's gaze lingered on him, and for a moment, Jamal saw the mask slip. He saw the fear she tried to hide and the hope she was too afraid to speak aloud. But she didn't press him. Instead, she turned away, leaving Jamal to wrestle with the storm inside him. He lay awake again that night, his heart pounding as he stared into the shadows. He didn't know what the future held, but one thing was certain: Shahmaran had become more than a secret to him. She had become a part of him. The torches burned low, their flickering flames casting long shadows on the stone walls. Jamal stood at the edge of the water, his reflection wavering in the dark pool like a ghost haunting its depths. His hands trembled, but his eyes did not waver. Shahmaran stood before him, her golden gaze steady, yet burdened with an unspoken fear. The silence between them was thick, broken only by the distant echo of dripping water. Jamal swallowed hard, his heart pounding against his ribs as though it might shatter the bones that held it captive. He felt the weight of her trust pressing down on him, heavier than any burden he had ever carried. "I need to know," she said softly, her voice trembling like leaves caught in a storm. "If the world comes for me, if they come for us, will you stand by me?" Jamal's breath caught in his throat. The words hung in the air, sharp and fragile, waiting to either bind them together or tear them apart. He stepped closer, the ground beneath his feet cold and unyielding, but his resolve burned brighter than the flames that danced along the cavern walls. "I will protect you," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Shahmaran flinched, as if the weight of his promise had already begun to sink into her bones. "Do you understand what that means?" she asked, her eyes searching his face for cracks, for hesitation. "It's not just my life you're guarding. It's everything I am. My secrets. My people. My blood." Jamal nodded, his pulse quickening. "I understand." But she shook her head, stepping back as if his words were not enough. "No. You don't. You can't." Her voice broke, and for the first time, Jamal saw the cracks in her armor. He saw the fear that she kept buried beneath her strength. "They will hunt me," she said, her voice trembling. "They will tear me apart, and they won't stop until there's nothing left. If you stand with me, they will come for you too." Jamal took another step closer, closing the distance between them. "Let them come," he said, his voice steady this time. Her eyes widened, the golden light in them dimming with disbelief. "You don't know what you're saying," she whispered. "I do." His words hung in the air, sharp and unyielding. Shahmaran's breath hitched, and for a moment, the fire in her gaze faltered. But then she reached for him, her hand trembling as it found his. "Swear it," she said, her voice barely a breath. Jamal's fingers tightened around hers, his grip warm and unshaking. "I swear," he said. "By my blood, by my soul, I will protect you." Her hand slipped away, and she turned toward the water, her reflection staring back at her like a ghost from another life. "This isn't just a promise," she said, her voice soft but heavy with meaning. "It's a bond. Once it's made, it cannot be broken." Jamal's throat tightened, but he didn't look away. "Then let it bind us." Shahmaran knelt beside the water, her serpents coiling tightly around her shoulders as if they, too, could feel the weight of the moment. She reached into the pool, her fingers grazing the surface and sending ripples outward. The water began to glow, a pale light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Shahmaran dipped her fingers into the glow, and when she pulled them back, drops of light clung to her skin like stars. "Give me your hand," she said. Jamal knelt beside her, his heart pounding as he held out his hand. Shahmaran took it, her fingers cool against his skin. She pressed their hands together, and the light spread, wrapping around their fingers like threads of silk. "This bond cannot be undone," she said, her voice low and steady. "If you betray it, the light will fade, and so will your soul." Jamal didn't flinch. "I won't betray you." The light flared, bright enough to blind him for a moment, and then it sank into their skin, leaving behind a faint glow that pulsed with every beat of his heart. Shahmaran pulled away, her breath unsteady. "It's done." Jamal looked down at his hand, at the faint shimmer that still lingered there. He felt the bond like a fire burning beneath his skin, tying him to her in ways he couldn't fully understand. Shahmaran stood, her serpents shifting uneasily as if they sensed the shift in the air. "You've sealed your fate," she said. "There's no turning back." Jamal rose to his feet, his eyes locked on hers. "I don't want to turn back." Her gaze softened, but the fear still lingered beneath the surface. She stepped closer, her hand brushing against his cheek. "I hope you never regret this," she whispered. Jamal caught her hand, holding it tightly. "I won't." But as the flames flickered and the shadows stretched around them, the weight of his promise pressed down harder. The cavern seemed to close in, the air thick with the echoes of words that could not be undone. Shahmaran's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer before she turned away, her footsteps echoing softly as she disappeared into the shadows. Jamal stood alone, the light on his skin fading, but the fire in his chest still burning. He had made his vow, and now there was no going back. Jamal's hands trembled as he held the stone vial Shahmaran had given him. Its surface felt alive, pulsing faintly against his fingertips. The air around them felt heavy, thick with whispers that seemed to rise from the cavern walls. Shahmaran stood close, her golden eyes watching him, not with doubt, but with expectation. "Drink," she said softly. Jamal hesitated. The liquid inside shimmered, catching the faint light like molten gold. He lifted it to his lips, his pulse quickening as the scent of earth and flowers filled his lungs. He closed his eyes and tipped the vial. Warmth flooded his throat, spreading through his body like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The world shifted. Colors sharpened, and the sound of dripping water grew louder, echoing like a heartbeat. Jamal stumbled, but Shahmaran's hand caught his arm, steadying him. "Let it speak to you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Jamal's breath hitched as his veins seemed to hum, the energy inside him twisting and turning like roots spreading through soil. He opened his eyes and saw light moving along Shahmaran's arms, trailing over her skin like rivers of gold. "What is this?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Life," she said, her fingers brushing his forehead. "The kind that does not break. The kind that heals." Jamal's heart raced. "This is impossible." Shahmaran's gaze sharpened. "So is love, and yet here you stand." She turned, motioning for him to follow. Her serpents coiled around her shoulders, their eyes glowing like embers in the dim light. Jamal stepped after her, his feet unsteady but his resolve firm. They stopped before a stone basin filled with water that pulsed with the same golden light. Shahmaran knelt beside it, trailing her fingers through the surface, sending ripples outward. "This is the source," she said. "It holds the memory of the earth, the first breath, the first tear, the first wound." Jamal knelt beside her, his reflection wavering in the water. Shahmaran cupped a handful of the glowing liquid and let it spill back into the pool. "You must listen," she said. "It doesn't speak in words. It speaks in whispers, in shadows, in silence." Jamal leaned closer, his breath stirring the water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ripples grew, swirling outward until the surface stilled. He saw faces, women with eyes like stars, men carved from stone, beasts that shimmered like fire. Their mouths moved, but no sound came. "What are they saying?" Jamal asked. Shahmaran's voice was steady. "They are showing you how to heal what has been broken." Jamal reached out, his fingers grazing the water. The light clung to his skin, and he felt it sinking deeper, wrapping around his bones. "Close your eyes," Shahmaran said, "and let them in." He obeyed. Darkness closed in, but the light remained, burning beneath his eyelids. He felt it moving through him, untangling knots he hadn't known were there. Memories surfaced, his mother's laughter, his father's firm hand on his shoulder, the ache of loss he had carried for so long. When he opened his eyes, Shahmaran was watching him. "You felt it," she said. Jamal nodded, his throat tight. She dipped her fingers into the water again, lifting a single drop. It hung between them, glowing softly. "This is what keeps me alive," she said. "It can mend what is broken, but only if the heart that gives it is pure." Jamal's gaze locked on hers. "And if it's not?" "It becomes poison." The words hit him like a blow. He looked down at the water, the light reflecting in his eyes. "Will I be able to use it?" Shahmaran's voice softened. "Not yet. First, you must learn to feel the pain of others as if it were your own. Only then can you heal it." Jamal swallowed hard. "Teach me." Shahmaran placed her hand over his, pressing their palms together. The warmth of her touch sank into his skin, steadying the storm that swirled inside him. "We start now," she said. Hours passed in a blur of light and shadow. Shahmaran led him through rituals that felt both ancient and alive, her voice guiding him as he learned to see what others could not. She showed him how to draw the light from the earth, how to let it flow through his hands without drowning in its power. Jamal's body ached, but he refused to stop. Sweat dripped from his brow, his fingers trembling as he cupped the glowing water for the first time. Shahmaran watched in silence, her gaze sharp but not unkind. "Breathe," she said. Jamal exhaled slowly, letting the light settle. When he opened his eyes, the water in his hands did not spill. It hovered, held together by something far stronger than his grip. "You're ready," Shahmaran said, but her voice carried the weight of warning. Jamal looked up, his heart pounding. "For what?" "To choose what you'll do with it." The cavern seemed to close in, the silence pressing down on him. He looked at the water, at the light that pulsed like a heartbeat, and knew there was no turning back. Jamal lay on the smooth stone floor, his fingers tracing patterns in the fine grains of dust that clung to his skin. The dim light from the glowing pools reflected in his eyes, flickering like flames that refused to be extinguished. Beside him, Shahmaran's gaze lingered on the ripples dancing across the water's surface. Her serpentine tail curled gently around her body, its scales catching the light like shards of moonlight. He turned to look at her, his heart tightening. What if this is all there is? His voice was soft, almost fragile, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the moment. Shahmaran didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached out, her fingers brushing his. The warmth of her touch sent a shiver through him, stirring something deep in his chest, hope, fear, longing. It doesn't have to be, she said, her voice steady, though her eyes betrayed the storm inside her. We can build something new. Jamal swallowed, his throat dry. How? Her hand tightened around his. We dream. He searched her face, desperate for answers she could not yet give. What kind of dream? One where we are free. The words hung between them, heavy and fragile. Jamal closed his eyes, letting the thought settle. He saw it, fields bathed in sunlight, the laughter of children, a world untouched by fear or judgment. He saw her beside him, her hair catching the wind, her eyes filled with joy instead of shadows. But the vision was fleeting. When he opened his eyes, the cavern walls loomed around them, cold and unyielding. Is it even possible? He whispered. Shahmaran turned her gaze to the water, her reflection rippling and breaking apart. I don't know. Jamal sat up, his pulse quickening. Then we make it possible. She looked at him, her eyes searching his face. And what if the world won't let us? Then we fight. The words slipped out before he could stop them, but he meant them. Every syllable burned with the force of his resolve. Shahmaran's lips parted, but no sound came. For the first time, Jamal saw fear in her eyes, not for herself, but for him. They will hunt you, she said softly. Let them. Her tail tightened, the scales rustling against the stone. You don't understand what they're capable of. Then show me. She looked away, her shoulders trembling. Jamal reached out, cupping her face in his hands. I'm not afraid, he said, though his voice shook. You should be. Silence fell between them, broken only by the soft drip of water from the cavern walls. Shahmaran's eyes glistened, and for the first time, Jamal saw the weight she carried, the centuries of hiding, the endless fear, the ache of being alone. He pressed his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling. We deserve more than this. Shahmaran's voice cracked. What if it's too late? It's not. The words hung in the air, trembling but unbroken. Shahmaran's fingers traced his jaw, her touch both tender and desperate. What if we fail? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Jamal's heart pounded. Then we fail together. A tear slipped down her cheek, but her lips curved into a faint smile. Together. The word felt sacred, a promise sealed in shadows and light. Hours passed as they spoke in hushed tones, weaving dreams from broken pieces of hope. Jamal told her about the world beyond the cavern, its beauty, its cruelty, its endless possibilities. Shahmaran listened, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. She spoke of her people, of the songs they sang to the earth and the stars. She spoke of the power she carried, the power to heal, to destroy, to defy death itself. And she spoke of the curse that bound her, a curse that whispered of betrayal and blood. Jamal held her close, his arms a shield against the shadows that crept along the walls. We'll break it, he said, his voice firm. Shahmaran looked up at him, her golden eyes shining. And if we can't? Then we'll rewrite the story. The fire in her gaze burned brighter, chasing away the fears that had lingered for so long. They stayed like that, wrapped in each other's warmth, as the cavern pulsed with life. Jamal felt it, the heartbeat of something ancient, something powerful. And for the first time, he believed that the dream they shared wasn't just a fantasy. It was a promise. Jamal stood at the edge of the pool, his reflection rippling in the water, distorted and unfamiliar. His fingers curled into fists at his sides as whispers clawed at the corners of his mind. Voices he thought he had silenced long ago. They spoke of riches, of admiration, of thrones built from the bones of lesser men. They painted images so vivid he could almost touch them, crowds chanting his name, crowns heavy with jewels pressed upon his brow, and a world that bowed before him. But when he looked down, all he saw was his own shadow, long and twisting, stretching out like roots desperate to break free from the earth. He hated that part of himself, the hunger that refused to die. It gnawed at him, even in this sanctuary of peace, where time felt slower, where Shahmaran's voice could mend even the deepest wounds. Yet the hunger remained, hidden beneath the surface, coiled like a serpent waiting to strike. His breath came quicker as he pressed his palms to his temples, trying to silence the storm inside. He didn't want this. He didn't want to be the man he once was, the man who had craved power so desperately that he'd lost himself. But the hunger didn't care. It whispered promises sweeter than honey and sharper than daggers. He flinched when he felt her presence behind him. Shahmaran's voice was soft, but it carried weight. "What is troubling you?" Jamal turned, but he couldn't meet her eyes. If she saw what he was hiding, would she still trust him? Or would she see him for what he truly was, a man made of flaws and shadows? "I can't stop thinking about it," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. She stepped closer, her gaze piercing. "Thinking about what?" He hesitated, the words bitter on his tongue. What it would be like to rule. The silence that followed was heavier than stone. Shahmaran's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes, pain, disappointment, fear. "Is that what you want?" Her voice was steady, but he could hear the tremor underneath. "I don't know," he said quickly, but the words felt like a lie. She reached for his hand, but he pulled away. He hated himself for it, but he couldn't bear her touch, not when his thoughts were drenched in greed. "Jamal." Her voice was firmer now, and it sent chills through him. "Do not let the world you left behind poison what we have built here." His heart pounded. What if it's already too late? She stepped in front of him, forcing him to meet her gaze. "It's never too late. Not if you fight." But the hunger only grew stronger. He could feel it like fire in his veins. What if he didn't want to fight? What if he wanted to take everything he had learned, the secrets of immortality, the power of healing, and claim the life he had always dreamed of? What if he wanted more than this cave, more than shadows and whispers? And what if he didn't stop there? He staggered back, his breath ragged. "What if I can't control it?" Shahmaran's eyes softened. "Then I will help you." But her words only made it worse. The hunger wasn't something that could be tamed. It was alive, pulsing, screaming. It demanded to be fed. "I need air," he muttered, turning toward the entrance. Her voice followed him. "Don't let it consume you." But as he stepped into the darkness beyond, he wasn't sure if he had the strength to resist. The night stretched out before him, endless and suffocating. His feet carried him farther than he meant to go, as if the earth itself was pulling him away from her. He hated himself for leaving, but he couldn't go back, not yet. He found himself standing on the edge of a cliff, staring out at the stars. They were so far away, yet they burned brighter than anything he had ever seen. He wondered what it would feel like to hold that kind of power in his hands, to burn so brightly that no one could ignore him. The thought terrified him, but it thrilled him, too. His fingers curled around the pendant Shahmaran had given him, its weight a reminder of the promise he had made. A promise to protect her. To stay by her side. But what if protecting her meant sacrificing the man he could become? The wind howled around him, cold and sharp. He closed his eyes, trying to drown out the voices, but they only grew louder. They whispered of thrones and kingdoms. They whispered of betrayal. And somewhere deep inside, Jamal wondered if he was already lost. Jamal stood at the entrance of the cavern, his shadow stretching long against the flickering torchlight. His heart thudded in his chest, louder than the distant echoes of dripping water. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms as if pain could ground him, but the storm in his mind refused to quiet. Something had shifted, something dark and unspoken. He could feel it crawling beneath his skin, heavy and cold. Shahmaran's voice called from within the chamber, soft and soothing, but tonight it felt distant, like a fading memory. He hesitated before stepping inside, the weight of his thoughts pressing down like chains. The closer he got to her, the more suffocated he felt. Guilt, doubt, fear. They tangled together, choking him. When he finally entered, she was waiting. Her eyes, ageless and knowing, searched his face as though she could see the cracks forming beneath the surface. Jamal froze under her gaze. Did she already know? Could she sense the war raging inside him? Your mind is restless, she said gently, but there was something sharp beneath her words. He forced a smile, but it felt hollow. I'm just tired. She tilted her head, her golden scales catching the firelight. No, she whispered. It's more than that. Jamal turned away, unable to hold her gaze any longer. His eyes fell to the pool where they had spent countless nights sharing stories, secrets, and dreams. But tonight, the water looked different, darker, murky. It no longer felt like a sanctuary. Her voice cut through the silence. What aren't you telling me? The words hit him like a dagger, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. He wanted to tell her everything, to confess his fears, his doubts, his hunger for the life he had left behind. But the words stayed locked in his throat. He swallowed hard. Nothing. The silence that followed was unbearable. Shahmaran's eyes never left him, and the weight of her stare made his skin crawl. Lies, she finally said, her voice trembling. The words sliced through him. She had always trusted him, believed in him when no one else had. And now that trust hung in the air like shattered glass, fragile and sharp. Jamal stepped closer, desperate to close the distance between them. I would never betray you. But even as he spoke, the words felt thin, like a thread stretched too far. Shahmaran's eyes darkened, and for the first time, he saw fear in them, not for herself, but for him. Then why do you look at me like a stranger? Jamal's breath caught. He wanted to deny it, to reach for her and prove that he was still the man she believed in. But the shadows in his heart whispered louder now, feeding his doubts, his anger, his desire for more. A sound from the entrance startled them both. Jamal turned sharply, his hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at his waist. The flickering torchlight danced against the walls, but there was nothing there. Yet the air felt heavier, as though unseen eyes were watching. Shahmaran moved closer, her voice low. They found us. The words sent ice through his veins. Who? She didn't answer. Instead, she reached for his hand, pressing it tightly. You promised to protect me. Jamal's heart pounded. He had promised, but what if he failed? What if the hunger inside him made him weak? Her voice softened, but her grip tightened. Don't let them turn you against me. The words made his blood run cold. Did she doubt him? Or did she already see what he feared most, that he was losing himself? He pulled away, stepping back toward the shadows. I would never. But even as he said it, Shahmaran's eyes searched his, and he saw it, the crack in her trust. It was small, almost invisible, but it was there. The room seemed to close in around him. The flickering flames cast shadows that twisted and writhed, and the whispers in his mind grew louder. Don't let them turn you against me. The words echoed again, but this time they felt heavier, almost like a warning. Jamal's fingers brushed against the dagger at his waist, and a chill ran down his spine. Was it them he needed to fight? Or himself? Jamal stood at the edge of the forest, his breath uneven and his hands trembling. The moon hung low, bathing the earth in pale silver light, but it did little to soften the weight pressing on his chest. His heart thudded against his ribs as if trying to break free, and for a moment, he wished it could, wished he could leave his body behind and escape the storm of thoughts raging inside him. The path before him stretched endlessly, a winding trail leading back to the world he had once called home. But the man who had entered the caverns of the Serpent Queen was not the same man who stood there now. His shadow stretched long and jagged, like something broken and pieced back together. He touched the satchel slung across his chest, the satchel that held the forbidden vials and scrolls Shahmaran had trusted him with. His fingers brushed against the cold glass, and guilt burned his skin. Voices stirred in his mind. Whispers. Promises. Warnings. Shahmaran's voice was the loudest. Guard this knowledge, Jamal. It is not meant for mortal hands. He closed his eyes, but the whispers didn't stop. Power. Wealth. Recognition. They called to him, luring him back to the life he had left behind. He had tasted the mysteries of immortality, the secrets of healing that could bend death itself. But with every step away from Shahmaran, the hunger inside him grew. He had convinced himself it was for the greater good, that he could use the knowledge to help his people. But as he walked, shadows crept along the edges of his thoughts, whispering truths he couldn't bear to face. Was it truly for them? Or was it for himself? The first lights of the village flickered in the distance, and his pulse quickened. Faces flashed through his mind, faces he hadn't seen in what felt like lifetimes. Would they see him as he saw himself? Changed. Marked. Unrecognizable. A shout echoed through the trees, breaking his thoughts. Jamal froze. Jamal? Is that you? The voice was familiar, but it felt foreign, like hearing an old song played on a broken instrument. He turned slowly to see a figure emerge from the shadows, an old friend. The man's eyes widened as he stepped closer, disbelief and curiosity dancing across his face. You're alive. Jamal forced a smile, but it faltered. I am. The man's gaze dropped to the satchel, his brows furrowing. What's that? Jamal tightened his grip. Nothing important. But the man's eyes lingered, and Jamal felt exposed, as if the satchel pulsed with the weight of its secrets. He turned quickly, stepping past the man and toward the village, but the footsteps followed. Where have you been? The question struck like a blade. Jamal's chest tightened. How could he explain what he had seen? What he had done? The truth sat heavy on his tongue, but he swallowed it whole. Far away, he said, his voice flat. The man didn't press further, but the silence that followed was louder than words. Jamal quickened his pace, his eyes fixed on the flickering lights ahead. But with each step, the whispers grew louder, and the satchel felt heavier. He entered the village, and eyes turned to him, curious, questioning, hungry. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and Jamal's skin prickled. They saw something in him, something unfamiliar. He could feel it. The village elder stepped forward, his sharp gaze cutting through the murmurs. Jamal, he said, his voice steady but laced with caution. You've returned. Jamal nodded, forcing himself to meet the elder's eyes. I have. The elder's gaze dropped to the satchel, lingering for just a moment before returning to Jamal's face. And what have you brought with you? Jamal hesitated. The question echoed in his mind, twisting like a blade. What had he brought? Knowledge? Hope? Or something far darker? He straightened his shoulders, pushing the doubt aside. A gift, he said, his voice stronger than he felt. The elder's eyes narrowed, and Jamal's breath hitched. But the moment passed, and the elder nodded. We will speak more tomorrow. Jamal exhaled slowly as the crowd began to disperse, but the weight in his chest didn't ease. That night, he sat alone in the small room he had once called home. The flickering candle cast dancing shadows against the walls, and Jamal stared at the satchel resting on the table. He reached for it with trembling hands, pulling out the first vial. The liquid inside shimmered, almost alive, and his breath caught. This was what he had risked everything for, what Shahmaran had warned him to guard with his life. But as he stared at it, the whispers crept back, louder now. Power. Recognition. Control. His fingers tightened around the vial, and his pulse quickened. What harm could it do? A knock at the door made him jump, and the vial slipped from his grasp, landing softly on the table. He froze, heart racing, but the knock came again, louder this time. He moved to the door, his hand hovering over the handle. "Jamal," the voice called. It was the elder. Jamal's breath caught. He glanced back at the satchel, then at the door. The whispers clawed at him, louder now, drowning out everything else. And as he reached for the handle, he knew, whatever came next would change everything. The king's cries echoed through the stone walls, hollow and broken. Servants flinched at the sound, their hands trembling as they lit candles and whispered prayers to gods who no longer seemed to listen. Outside the palace, the air hung thick, heavy with dread. Word had spread faster than wildfire, whispers creeping through markets, weaving through crowds, turning into rumors that painted the king as a man already dead. Yet his body still clung to life, though no one could say for how much longer. In the dimly lit chamber, the royal physician knelt beside the bed, his robe stained with sweat. The king's skin, once golden and vibrant, had turned pale as wax. His lips were cracked, his breath shallow. A fever raged through him, burning like fire yet leaving his flesh as cold as the grave. The physician pressed a damp cloth to the king's forehead, but it did nothing to ease the trembling. His hands hovered above the king's chest, unsure whether to pray or surrender. Outside the room, footsteps rushed closer, sharp and frantic. The heavy doors creaked open, and the queen swept inside, her face carved from stone but her eyes betraying her terror. "Is he?" Her voice caught, and she couldn't finish the question. "Alive," the physician said quickly, though his voice shook. But, he paused, swallowing hard. It's as if something unnatural has taken hold. No herb, no balm, no potion has worked. It's as though he fights shadows that we cannot see. The queen's gaze dropped to her husband. She had known him as a man of strength, a warrior who commanded armies and bent enemies to his will. Now, he was a shell. A body drowning in sickness, dragged under by forces no one could name. Tears burned behind her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Instead, she turned sharply to the physician. "Find a cure," she hissed. "Do whatever it takes. Or I will find someone who can." The threat lingered in the air as she stormed out, her footsteps echoing down the hall. The physician slumped, his hands trembling as he reached for the vials on the table. Somewhere beyond the palace walls, bells rang out, signaling the gathering crowd. The people had heard the news, and their fear grew louder with every passing moment. Merchants closed their stalls early, mothers clutched their children tighter, and whispers turned into prayers. But others, those who had tasted bitterness under the king's rule, began to wonder if the sickness was a punishment. A sign. They did not speak their thoughts aloud, but the looks in their eyes said enough. By nightfall, the palace gates groaned under the weight of the crowd pressing closer, demanding answers. Their voices rose like thunder, calling for healers, for miracles, for hope. Jamal stood among them, hidden by the shadows of his hood. His heart pounded as he stared at the palace, its towering walls now trembling under the weight of fear. The whispers surrounded him, louder than ever. Power. Recognition. Salvation. He reached for the satchel hidden beneath his cloak, his fingers brushing against the vials inside. The weight of them pulled at him, heavy and unrelenting. He had what they needed. What the king needed. But as he stepped closer, something cold slid down his spine. The words Shahmaran had spoken echoed in his mind. Knowledge is a blade that cuts both ways. Wield it wisely, or it will destroy you. His fingers tightened around the satchel. A sudden cry from the palace pierced the air, silencing the crowd. The gates groaned open, and guards stepped forward, their faces pale. "The king's condition has worsened," one of them shouted. "All healers are summoned immediately." The crowd surged, but Jamal held back. His pulse roared in his ears, louder than the cries of the people. He could step forward now. He could hold out the vials, offer the cure, and be the man who saved the king, the man who held life in his hands. But what price would it demand? The crowd pushed closer, and Jamal took a step back. His breaths came faster, shallower. The whispers grew louder. They will worship you. They will bow to you. He looked at the palace one last time before turning and vanishing into the darkness. But the whispers didn't stop. The palace was heavy with the scent of fear. The cries had stopped, but the air still trembled with the anticipation of death. Inside the cold stone walls, Jamal stood before the king's bed, the royal court surrounding him. They were all waiting. They were all desperate. His mind raced, but his body was still, frozen in place by the gravity of what was being asked of him. The king, once a mighty figure, now lay pale and lifeless, his breathing shallow and erratic. The physician had tried everything, prayers, medicines, incantations, but nothing had worked. The king was slipping away. The queen's eyes burned into him, filled with desperation. "Do you have the cure or not?" she demanded, her voice thick with both fear and anger. The crowd outside pressed in against the palace walls, their whispers reaching even through the thickest stone. They, too, were waiting for salvation, for a miracle. Jamal's fingers tightened around the small vial in his hand. The one that contained the knowledge he had gained from Shahmaran. A secret, a forbidden remedy, one that could save the king, if he dared to use it. His heart hammered in his chest. This was it. The choice that would change everything. To save the king, to save the kingdom, or to betray the one who had shown him the true meaning of love and loyalty. I have it, Jamal whispered, the words slipping from his lips before he could stop them. There was no turning back. His words echoed in the cold chamber, and in that instant, the queen's gaze softened, and the crowd held its breath. But the silence felt like a weight pressing on Jamal's chest. It wasn't just the queen's eyes that had fallen upon him. It was Shahmaran's, too. He could feel her presence, like a shadow stretching over him. A distant voice in his mind whispered, "What have you done, Jamal?" The vial in his hand trembled. It was as though the weight of it, the decision he had made, was pressing him to the edge. He had told the truth, but it was the truth that would bring ruin, the kind of ruin that no one could ever undo. For a moment, Jamal thought of Shahmaran, her soft, kind eyes, her wisdom, her beauty. She had trusted him with everything. She had shared her deepest secrets, her most precious truths, and now he was betraying her. For the king. For the people. He turned to the physician. "I have the cure," he said, his voice low, almost guilty. The physician moved closer, but Jamal couldn't meet his eyes. Instead, he stared at the vial in his hand, the liquid swirling inside, glowing faintly in the dim light. "Where did you get this?" The queen's voice broke the silence, and Jamal flinched. Her eyes, cold and searching, never left him. His breath caught in his throat. He had made a promise to Shahmaran. A vow to protect her, to keep her secret safe from the world. Yet here he was, standing before them, holding the key to the king's salvation, but at the cost of his own soul. I found it," he stammered. His voice cracked as the weight of his decision crashed into him. He could already hear Shahmaran's voice in his head, her soft warnings. But it was too late now. The words had already left his lips, and the truth had been set free. "Bring it here," the queen demanded. Her eyes glittered with a mix of hope and desperation. Jamal stepped forward, his heart thudding painfully in his chest. He felt the eyes of the entire room on him, and with each step he took, the walls seemed to close in tighter. There was no escape from this moment. No way to turn back. He held the vial out to the physician, who took it in trembling hands. The silence in the room grew heavier, pressing down on Jamal's shoulders. The air crackled with the weight of the decision he had made. The physician's hands shook as he uncorked the vial, and the liquid inside gleamed like liquid silver. He poured it carefully into a bowl, his face filled with awe. Jamal couldn't look away. The potion was like nothing he had ever seen before. It shimmered with a strange power. A power that had come from Shahmaran's world. The queen's breath caught in her throat as the physician handed the bowl to her. "This will save him," she whispered, her voice laced with both hope and fear. Jamal opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know. He didn't know what this potion would do. It was a gamble. A desperate attempt to hold onto a life that might not even want to be saved. And yet, in that moment, all he could see was Shahmaran's face, her sorrowful eyes watching him from the depths of his mind. The queen didn't hesitate. She forced the potion into the king's mouth, her hands shaking. The room held its breath. For a moment, nothing happened. The king's chest rose and fell, his skin still pale. And then, slowly, his eyes fluttered open, and a shallow breath escaped his lips. The tension in the room snapped like a taut wire. The king was alive. The queen's eyes filled with tears, her hands shaking as she held her husband. Jamal stood in the background, his heart pounding in his chest. He had done it. He had saved the king. But at what cost? As the queen wept, as the people outside began to cheer, Jamal's eyes found the shadows in the corners of the room. He could feel Shahmaran's presence there, like an unspoken question hanging in the air. Was this the price of his betrayal? To save a king, but lose something far more precious? To save a kingdom, but lose his soul? The answer hung between them all, but Jamal couldn't bear to look any longer. The pain in his chest grew sharper, more unbearable with each passing second. He had saved them all. But in doing so, he had condemned himself. The night was still, a blanket of silence stretching over the land. The stars shimmered above, indifferent to the stirrings below. In the depths of the hidden sanctuary, Shahmaran lay at rest, wrapped in the warmth of her own thoughts, the calmness of her soul untouched by the turmoil that churned in the world outside. She had lived for centuries, untouched by the chaos of mankind, hidden away in her sacred home beneath the earth. But tonight, the air felt different. The familiar stillness was fractured by something far darker than the quiet that usually surrounded her. A faint whisper, carried by the wind, brushed against her senses, a wordless warning that crept into her mind. The unease grew, like a shadow stretching across her heart, but she dismissed it. She had learned to trust in the safety of her sanctuary. After all, no one could reach her here, not in this place where the earth wrapped its protective arms around her, where her power was strongest. But as the night wore on, the feeling gnawed at her, stronger than before. She rose, the scales of her serpent form shimmering in the pale light that filtered through the cracks of her underground haven. The ancient stones beneath her hissed and groaned as though they, too, felt the disturbance. Shahmaran could sense the presence of something, or someone, coming closer, encroaching on the fragile piece she had built. The ground trembled beneath her, a sign of something significant. The walls of her sanctuary were not as invincible as they once seemed. She could feel the web of lies and betrayal being woven, and it had begun to close in on her. Jamal's face flickered in her thoughts. His warmth, his trust, his promises to protect her, they seemed so distant now, like memories from another lifetime. She had believed in him. She had thought him different from all the others. But as the whispers outside her sanctuary grew louder, a cold realization crept into her heart. He had betrayed her. Somehow, in the depths of his desperate love, he had led them here. To her. The sound of footsteps echoed through the cavernous halls of her home, sharp and deliberate, each step a testament to the deceit that had lured her out of the safety of the shadows. The flickering of torches cast long, ominous shadows against the stone walls, stretching like dark fingers reaching for her. She didn't hesitate. She knew what she had to do. Shahmaran turned her back to the intruders, preparing to retreat deeper into her sanctuary, but the sound of steel meeting stone halted her. The trap had been set. A net, woven with magic as dark as the void itself, shot out from the shadows and ensnared her. It wrapped around her like a serpent, tightening with each movement she made. The magic burned against her skin, its touch like fire, forcing her to struggle against its hold. For a moment, her strength surged, but the more she fought, the more the net pulled tighter, trapping her, strangling her power. Her heart raced, her breath coming in short, panic bursts. The truth hit her like a wave. She was being hunted. Shahmaran, A voice, familiar but twisted with malice, echoed from the shadows. It was Jamal. Her heart ached at the sound of his voice, yet there was no warmth in it now. Only coldness, betrayal. "Come with us," he demanded, his tone devoid of the love they had once shared. "You are no longer safe here." Her body trembled, not just from the restraint, but from the agony of realizing how easily she had been lured into this trap. The same hands that had held her so tenderly, that had promised her a life beyond the shadows, were the ones that had led her to her downfall. She had trusted him, let her guard down, and now she was paying the price. Her voice was trembling with the weight of her emotions, but she fought to stay strong. "You betrayed me, Jamal," she said, her words coming out in a broken whisper. "And now, I am nothing but a prisoner. A prisoner of your choices, your lies." The air between them thickened with the weight of her words, the silence suffocating. Jamal reached out a hand, as though he wanted to touch her, to make it all right, but she flinched away from him instinctively. He had no right to touch her, not now, not after everything he had done. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice filled with raw anguish. "I never meant for this to happen. I never meant to hurt you." Shahmaran's heart clenched painfully. The words felt empty, like echoes in a vast, hollow space. Sorry wasn't enough. Apologies couldn't heal the deep wound he had carved into her soul. The damage was irreparable. She had loved him, had given him everything, and he had thrown it all away in a moment of weakness. Her gaze hardened as she looked at him, the vulnerability she had once shown him now replaced by a cold resolve. "It doesn't matter anymore," she said softly, her voice cutting through the heavy silence. "You've made your choice, and so have I. You chose them. You chose the kingdom." Her voice faltered for a moment as a wave of emotion hit her, but she pushed it down. "But I will never be the same again." Jamal's face crumpled with regret, his eyes desperate, as if he could somehow undo the damage he had done. "Please," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "Don't leave me like this. Please don't hate me. I love you." The words seemed to hang in the air, heavy and painful. Love. It had once felt so true, so pure. But now, it felt like a cruel joke. Shahmaran's heart broke once again, but this time, it wasn't just because of the betrayal. It was because she knew, deep down, that she could never look at him the same way again. The trust was gone, and so was the love. "You've already lost me," she whispered, her voice a soft echo of the heartbreak that had consumed her. "And there's no going back." As she turned away, the chains rattling with every step, she couldn't help but wonder if love had ever truly been enough. Had it ever been real, or had it just been a fragile illusion built on hope and dreams that now lay shattered in the dust? She didn't know. But one thing was certain, everything had changed, and there was no turning back. The king's condition had worsened with each passing hour. His breaths came in shallow gasps, his body racked with fever and weakness. The entire kingdom waited in suspense, their eyes fixed on the palace, hoping for a miracle. The whispers of Shahmaran's powers spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the land. The queen, desperate and clinging to the fading hope that her beloved king could be saved, had made a choice that would seal their fates. Shahmaran was brought to the palace under heavy guard, the chains around her body a constant reminder of her captivity. The moment she stepped into the king's chamber, the room seemed to hold its breath. The air felt thick with tension. His body lay motionless on the grand bed, pale and frail. The doctors, desperate and hopeless, stood to the side, unable to offer any solutions. The air was heavy with fear, the weight of impending death casting a shadow over everyone present. Shahmaran stood at the threshold, her heart pounding in her chest, as she watched the king. Once, she had been honored and revered, her name spoken with reverence, her power something to be feared. But now, in this cold room, she felt nothing but the weight of a cruel irony. She had been brought here to heal a king who had once been her love's best hope and yet was the reason for her imprisonment. Her gaze moved to Jamal, standing in the corner of the room, his face grim and haunted. He had brought her here, forced her into this position. His eyes met hers, and there was no longer any trace of the man she had loved. In his gaze, she saw only desperation. Desperation that had driven him to destroy everything they had built. A silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. She turned her eyes back to the king. Could she truly help him? The question burned in her mind. What would the cost be? Would it be worth it, to save a life at the price of her own? The queen, her face pale and drawn, approached Shahmaran. Her hands trembled as she reached out to touch the serpent queen's arm. Please, the queen pleaded, her voice cracking. Save him. You are our only hope. Shahmaran's eyes softened. The queen's love for her king was evident, and yet, it could never erase the pain Shahmaran felt. Her own heart was torn in two. She had loved Jamal once, and now, she was forced to witness his pain as he stood on the sidelines, knowing the truth of his betrayal. The choice before her was not an easy one. She could heal the king, ease the suffering that had brought him to this point, but the price would be steep. Every bit of her power that she used to heal him would come at the cost of something precious. Something that could never be returned. She closed her eyes, feeling the deep well of her own magic stir within her, but with it came a whisper of dread. There would be no going back from this. Her hands moved over the king's still body, the warmth of her touch seemingly at odds with the chill in the room. As she began to call on her powers, the room seemed to grow colder still, as if the very walls were recoiling from what she was about to do. A faint glow began to emanate from her, light swirling around her hands, flowing over the king's fragile form. For a moment, it felt as if time stood still. The air hummed with the weight of magic, and the room held its breath. Shahmaran could feel the king's pulse beneath her fingers, fragile and weak. His body trembled under her touch as if resisting the very life she was trying to give him. But as the magic flowed from her, so did something else, something dark, something that she had feared. It was a price. The deeper she reached into her own power, the more of herself she felt slipping away. Each pulse of healing energy left a part of her weaker, more fragile. She could feel the tendrils of the magic curling around her, twisting and pulling at her strength, as if the very essence of her being was being siphoned away. Her voice was trembling with the weight of her emotions, but she fought to stay strong. You betrayed me, Jamal, she said, her words coming out in a broken whisper. And now, I am nothing but a prisoner. A prisoner of your choices, your lies. The air between them thickened with the weight of her words, the silence suffocating. Jamal reached out a hand, as though he wanted to touch her, to make it all right, but she flinched away from him instinctively. He had no right to touch her, not now, not after everything he had done. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice filled with raw anguish. I never meant for this to happen. I never meant to hurt you. Shahmaran's heart clenched painfully. The words felt empty, like echoes in a vast, hollow space. Sorry wasn't enough. Apologies couldn't heal the deep wound he had carved into her soul. The damage was irreparable. She had loved him, had given him everything, and he had thrown it all away in a moment of weakness. Her gaze hardened as she looked at him, the vulnerability she had once shown him now replaced by a cold resolve. It doesn't matter anymore, she said softly, her voice cutting through the heavy silence. You've made your choice, and so have I. You chose them. You chose the kingdom. Her voice faltered for a moment as a wave of emotion hit her, but she pushed it down. But I will never be the same again. Jamal's face crumpled with regret, his eyes desperate, as if he could somehow undo the damage he had done. Please, he pleaded, his voice cracking. Don't leave me like this. Please don't hate me. I love you. The words seemed to hang in the air, heavy and painful. Love. It had once felt so true, so pure. But now, it felt like a cruel joke. Shahmaran's heart broke once again, but this time, it wasn't just because of the betrayal. It was because she knew, deep down, that she could never look at him the same way again. The trust was gone, and so was the love. You've already lost me, she whispered, her voice a soft echo of the heartbreak that had consumed her. And there's no going back. As she turned away, the chains rattling with every step, she couldn't help but wonder if love had ever truly been enough. Had it ever been real, or had it just been a fragile illusion built on hope and dreams that now lay shattered in the dust? She didn't know. But one thing was certain, everything had changed, and there was no turning back. The king's condition had worsened with each passing hour. His breaths came in shallow gasps, his body racked with fever and weakness. The entire kingdom waited in suspense, their eyes fixed on the palace, hoping for a miracle. The whispers of Shahmaran's powers spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the land. The queen, desperate and clinging to the fading hope that her beloved king could be saved, had made a choice that would seal their fates. Shahmaran was brought to the palace under heavy guard, the chains around her body a constant reminder of her captivity. The moment she stepped into the king's chamber, the room seemed to hold its breath. The air felt thick with tension. His body lay motionless on the grand bed, pale and frail. The doctors, desperate and hopeless, stood to the side, unable to offer any solutions. The air was heavy with fear, the weight of impending death casting a shadow over everyone present. Shahmaran stood at the threshold, her heart pounding in her chest, as she watched the king. Once, she had been honored and revered, her name spoken with reverence, her power something to be feared. But now, in this cold room, she felt nothing but the weight of a cruel irony. She had been brought here to heal a king who had once been her love's best hope and yet was the reason for her imprisonment. Her gaze moved to Jamal, standing in the corner of the room, his face grim and haunted. He had brought her here, forced her into this position. His eyes met hers, and there was no longer any trace of the man she had loved. In his gaze, she saw only desperation. Desperation that had driven him to destroy everything they had built. A silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. She turned her eyes back to the king. Could she truly help him? The question burned in her mind. What would the cost be? Would it be worth it, to save a life at the price of her own? The queen, her face pale and drawn, approached Shahmaran. Her hands trembled as she reached out to touch the serpent queen's arm. Please, the queen pleaded, her voice cracking. Save him. You are our only hope. Shahmaran's eyes softened. The queen's love for her king was evident, and yet, it could never erase the pain Shahmaran felt. Her own heart was torn in two. She had loved Jamal once, and now, she was forced to witness his pain as he stood on the sidelines, knowing the truth of his betrayal. The choice before her was not an easy one. She could heal the king, ease the suffering that had brought him to this point, but the price would be steep. Every bit of her power that she used to heal him would come at the cost of something precious. Something that could never be returned. She closed her eyes, feeling the deep well of her own magic stir within her, but with it came a whisper of dread. There would be no going back from this. Her hands moved over the king's still body, the warmth of her touch seemingly at odds with the chill in the room. As she began to call on her powers, the room seemed to grow colder still, as if the very walls were recoiling from what she was about to do. A faint glow began to emanate from her, light swirling around her hands, flowing over the king's fragile form. For a moment, it felt as if time stood still. The air hummed with the weight of magic, and the room held its breath. Shahmaran could feel the king's pulse beneath her fingers, fragile and weak. His body trembled under her touch as if resisting the very life she was trying to give him. But as the magic flowed from her, so did something else, something dark, something that she had feared. It was a price. The deeper she reached into her own power, the more of herself she felt slipping away. Each pulse of healing energy left a part of her weaker, more fragile. She could feel the tendrils of the magic curling around her, twisting and pulling at her strength, as if the very essence of her being was being siphoned away. A strangled gasp escaped from Shahmaran's lips as she fought to hold onto herself. She could see the faint light surrounding the king, his breathing steadying as the poison that had ravaged his body began to recede. His color returned slowly, life creeping back into his cheeks. The room was silent, save for the soft sound of his breath, now strong and even. But the cost. Oh, the cost. Shahmaran felt it like a knife driving through her heart. Her own body trembled, and she nearly collapsed under the weight of what she had given. The light that had swirled around her hands now flickered, weakening, as though the very magic was trying to escape. Jamal's eyes widened as he watched the transformation, his hands twitching as though he wanted to rush to her side, but he did nothing. He stood still, watching the woman he had betrayed, as if paralyzed by the enormity of the situation. He had been willing to sacrifice her, but the sight of her power, of the sacrifice she had made, hit him harder than he had ever imagined. The magic that flowed from her was no mere spell. It was a part of her, a part that she could never get back. As the last of the healing magic left her body, Shahmaran's knees buckled. The room seemed to spin, her vision blurring, the weight of exhaustion crashing down on her. Her breath came in short, painful gasps. She had healed the king, but at a price that no one in the room could fully comprehend. The king stirred, his eyes fluttering open, and for a moment he seemed confused, disoriented. His gaze shifted from the queen to Shahmaran, who now knelt beside him, struggling to stay upright. The color in his face had returned, and his breathing was strong, but his eyes, they held no gratitude, no understanding of what had just occurred. Only confusion. Jamal's voice broke the silence, shaky and unsure. "You saved him," he whispered, but the words were hollow. Shahmaran didn't answer. There was no answer for him. No words could change what had happened, no magic could undo the truth. The room was filled with a quiet that felt suffocating. The queen's joy at the king's recovery was palpable, but Shahmaran felt no triumph, no relief. The cost of her power had left a deep, aching void inside her, a void that could never be filled. Her magic had saved the king, but in doing so, it had taken from her something irreplaceable. She could feel the emptiness within her, a hollow space where her essence had once thrived. The power she had used to heal him was now gone, and so was a part of her soul. A part she would never get back. And as she gazed at the king, now restored, and Jamal, whose eyes held only regret, she realized the terrible truth. In healing him, she had cursed herself. The king's recovery was nothing short of miraculous, but Shahmaran felt nothing but hollow. The magic had taken everything from her. She had saved the king, but in doing so, she had lost herself. Each breath felt heavier, her body drained of its strength, as if the life she had given had left her fragile, bound in invisible chains. The palace was alive with celebrations, the queen's joy overwhelming, as she embraced her husband, now healthy, strong again. But Shahmaran could not partake in their joy. Her eyes, dark and sorrowful, watched the scene unfold from the shadows. She had done what was asked of her, but the cost, it weighed on her more than any words could describe. Jamal approached her quietly, his footsteps tentative. He could see the toll it had taken on her. Her once radiant form was now worn, her eyes tired and distant, like someone who had seen too much and felt the weight of a cruel world. He had watched her suffer in silence, the realization of what he had done sinking into his bones, leaving him cold with regret. "Shahmaran." His voice faltered as he reached out, but she pulled away, the space between them growing wider with each passing second. "You asked me to heal him," she said softly, her voice distant. "And I did. But you never asked what it would cost me." Jamal looked at her with pleading eyes, but he knew she was right. He had never considered the cost, never thought about the consequences. All he had cared about was saving the king, the man he had sworn loyalty to. But in his desperation, he had ignored the one person who had mattered more than anything, Shahmaran. Now, as he saw her in front of him, so broken, so empty, he realized the depth of his mistake. "I never wanted this," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I didn't know it would hurt you like this." She turned to him, her eyes filled with a sadness so deep it seemed to pierce through him. "You never asked, Jamal. You never asked." The weight of her words hung in the air like a storm cloud, and Jamal stood frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. He had betrayed her, and now, it was too late to undo what he had done. It was then that Shahmaran knew what had to be done. The prophecy had always whispered in the corners of her mind, a shadow that she had tried to ignore. It had been foretold, long ago, that one day, the king would be saved at a great cost. That the one who healed him would give of herself, not just her magic, but her very flesh. Her gift, as the prophecy had called it. A gift that would fulfill the fate that had been set before her long before she ever met Jamal. "I will give him what he needs," she said, her voice steady now, like a final resolve. "I will fulfill the prophecy." Jamal's eyes widened in horror. "No. Shahmaran, you can't. You've already given so much." But she cut him off with a sharp glance, her eyes full of determination. "It's the only way." She stepped forward, her hands trembling as she placed them on the king's chest. He stirred slightly, his eyes still clouded with confusion, but he was alive. The magic had worked, but something else, something deeper, was still needed. And Shahmaran knew what it was. Her eyes locked with Jamal's one final time. There was so much unsaid between them, so much pain, so many broken pieces of love and betrayal. But now, it was beyond words. She had made her choice. "I have nothing left to give," she whispered to Jamal, her voice barely audible. "But I can give him this." Before he could protest, before he could stop her, Shahmaran closed her eyes and called upon the last of her strength. Her serpentine form shimmered with the faintest trace of light, and as the energy surged through her, something shifted. Her skin began to glow, an ethereal light pulsing through every scale, every curve of her body. She felt it then, the emptiness inside her deepening, the loss of her essence as she began to draw on the final gift of her being. Her hand moved to her chest, and with a slow, agonizing motion, she pressed her palm against her flesh. There, beneath the surface, lay the secret of her power, the gift that had always been hers to give. Her breath hitched as she tore through the veil of her own body, her heart trembling in pain as she offered her flesh to the king. It was the only way. The only way to heal him completely. Jamal stood frozen in horror, his face pale, his body trembling as he realized the depth of what she was doing. "No, Shahmaran, don't." But it was too late. Her blood, dark and rich with the magic that had once been hers, began to flow freely. The king's body shuddered as it absorbed the essence of Shahmaran's gift, the last of her strength flowing into him. A scream escaped her lips, a sound filled with agony as her life force poured into him, and her body grew weaker by the second. The king's breath steadied, his color returning, his eyes clearing as he drew in the magic that she had given so freely, so willingly. Jamal rushed forward, but the scene before him was beyond his comprehension. Shahmaran's form was fading, her skin becoming translucent, her body weakening with every breath. She had given everything, her soul, her strength, her very essence, all for him. As her body collapsed to the ground, Jamal caught her in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Please." "Shahmaran," he sobbed, shaking her gently, but she was already gone. The light in her eyes had dimmed, leaving only the faintest traces of what she had once been. The king, now fully restored, sat up, his eyes still unclear, his body no longer weak. But as his gaze fell upon Shahmaran, lying lifeless in Jamal's arms, he, too, understood. She had given him everything. She had given him her life. The prophecy had come true, but at the cost of a love that had been twisted by fate. Shahmaran's flesh had healed the king, but in doing so, she had fulfilled her tragic destiny, her gift, her curse, her final offering to a world that had never understood her. The air was thick with tension, every breath heavy, as if the very earth itself held its breath. Shahmaran stood in the center of the darkened chamber, her body trembling, not from fear but from the weight of what was to come. The ancient ritual had already begun, the flickering torches casting long shadows that danced eerily across the cold stone walls. She was the center of it all, the sacrificial offering, and yet, she felt no fear. What she felt instead was a quiet resignation, a certainty that this moment had been coming for a long time. She had known, for years, what her destiny would be. It had been whispered to her by the winds, sung to her by the river, carried on the whispers of those who had come before her. She was the Serpent Queen, a being made of both magic and flesh, a creature who had always been caught between two worlds. Her love for Jamal, her loyalty to the king, had led her here, to this point where there was no turning back. The circle of elders stood before her, their robes heavy with the weight of tradition. Their faces were obscured by hoods, but she could feel their eyes on her, heavy with expectation, judging her. They had waited for this moment, and now they would see it fulfilled. They had demanded her sacrifice, and she would give it willingly, as the prophecy had foretold. Shahmaran's heart ached with every step she took towards the altar, the stone cold beneath her bare feet. She felt the pulse of her own blood in her veins, a reminder of the life that still clung to her, fighting against the inevitable. The ritual was simple: blood, flesh, and soul. It had always been simple. And yet, as she stood there, surrounded by the echoing chants of the elders, she felt as if the world was about to crumble beneath her feet. The scent of incense filled the air, the sweet, heavy smoke curling up like a serpent's coil. She could taste it on her tongue, thick and bitter, a reminder of the price she would pay. The king was already healed, his life restored, but it had come at a price: her flesh, her blood, and now, her soul would be claimed in a way she had never fully understood until this moment. Jamal stood at the edge of the chamber, his eyes locked on her, but they were no longer filled with the warmth of love she had once seen there. Now, there was only sorrow, regret, and the bitter sting of betrayal. He had played his part, and now, the consequences of his actions stood before him in the form of the woman he had both loved and condemned. He had done this to her, pulled her into a world of darkness and sacrifice, and now, he was helpless to stop it. Her eyes met his, and for a fleeting moment, a single tear slipped down her cheek. He opened his mouth to speak, to beg her to stop, to tell her that there was another way, but the words caught in his throat. The elders were already moving, their hands raised in unison, ready to begin the ritual. Shahmaran felt the weight of their gaze, the pressure of their expectation, and for the first time, she felt truly alone. No one could save her now. No one could undo what had been done. She had given herself to them, to the king, and now she would give her life, her soul, to complete the cycle. The chanting grew louder, the voices of the elders rising in intensity as they reached the climax of the ceremony. Shahmaran closed her eyes, taking a slow, steadying breath, and for a moment, she allowed herself to remember the life she had once had, the warmth of the sun on her skin, the sound of the river flowing nearby, the soft whispers of the wind through the trees. She had been alive then, free, but now, she was nothing but a tool, a means to an end. The world around her blurred as she felt the first cut, a sharp, searing pain that ripped through her body. It was the price of the ritual, the price of the power they demanded from her. The blood flowed freely, and she could feel her life slipping away with every drop that fell. The pain was unbearable, but she gritted her teeth and stood tall, refusing to show weakness. She had always been strong, and now, she would be strong to the very end. Jamal moved forward, but the guards blocked his path. He reached for her, but his hand grasped only air. She had never been more distant from him, not physically, but in every other way. His love had brought her to this place, and now, his heart broke as he watched her sacrifice everything for a world that had never truly cared for her. Her mind swirled with memories, with thoughts of all that could have been. She had loved him, truly loved him, but love had never been enough. It was never enough to save her from the cold, cruel fate that awaited her. She had always known that love would fail her, that it would be twisted into something dark, something that would betray her in the end. As the final chant echoed through the chamber, Shahmaran's body gave into the ritual. Her strength, her power, everything that made her who she was, began to fade. The light within her dimmed, leaving only a shadow of the serpent queen she had once been. The sacrifice was complete. But even in the midst of her destruction, she felt a strange sense of peace. She had fulfilled her destiny. She had given the king his life, and she had given the prophecy its due. There would be no more pain, no more regret. Just the quiet hum of finality, the stillness that followed the storm. The room was silent now, the only sound the soft, distant echo of the elders chanting fading into nothingness. Jamal stood there, his heart breaking, his hands trembling as he reached out toward her, but she was gone. Her body lay lifeless on the altar, the last of her essence slipping away into the air like a whisper in the wind. The world had taken her, and it would never give her back. The ritual was over. The price had been paid. And Shahmaran, the Serpent Queen, had fulfilled her fate, leaving behind only a memory, a sacrifice, and a love that had never stood a chance. The king was healed, but at what cost? Shahmaran's blood, her essence, had spilled across the stone, flowing into the earth like a sacrifice made in the dark corners of forgotten myths. The life of one man was saved, but her life, her very soul, had been taken in exchange. Yet, the price of immortality would never be that simple. The days that followed were heavy, like the world itself had begun to suffocate under the weight of Shahmaran's gift. She had given her flesh for the king's survival, but the moment her sacrifice was complete, a strange stillness settled over the land. Those who had watched the ritual unfold, who had seen her strength and her beauty, now felt an emptiness in the air. The king, restored to his former health, seemed like a ghost of the man he once was. His eyes held a sadness that no healing could touch. Jamal, the one who had once vowed to protect her, stood at a distance, as if the very sight of her sacrifice had burned away all the warmth he had once felt. He was torn, forever marked by the consequences of his decisions. He had wanted to save the kingdom, to bring peace to a broken land. But in doing so, he had unleashed a curse far darker than he had ever imagined. The healing had come at the cost of Shahmaran's life. And now, she was gone, not in body, but in spirit, forever lost to the world. The king's immortality, once seen as a blessing, became a curse. His rule was secure, his body restored, but his soul was haunted by the price he had paid. The land that had once flourished under his reign now seemed to wither in his presence. Flowers that had once bloomed in abundance wilted at his feet, and rivers that had once flowed with life now ran dry. The earth, it seemed, had taken on the sorrow of Shahmaran's sacrifice, and no matter how much the king tried to hold onto his crown, he could feel the weight of it crushing him. The people who had once celebrated the king's return now whispered in fear. What had they truly gained by the healing? The king was immortal, but he was not the same. There was a hollowness in his eyes, a shadow that clung to him like a second skin. And with every passing day, that shadow seemed to grow. He had been given life, but at what cost? Was it worth the price of a woman's love, of a heart that had once been full of hope, now shattered forever? And Jamal, he felt it too. The loss of Shahmaran gnawed at him from the inside, a constant reminder of the weight he would carry for the rest of his days. He had been the one to lead her into that dark fate. He had been the one to make the choice. And now, as he stood before the king, who was no longer the man he had once admired, he realized that there would be no undoing what had been done. The silence between them was suffocating. The king, ever the ruler, had not spoken a word to Jamal in days, but it wasn't just the king's coldness that stung. It was the way the land itself seemed to mourn. The trees, once full of life, now stood like silent sentinels, their leaves turning gray, their branches stiff and brittle. Even the wind seemed to have lost its strength, blowing weakly through the air, carrying with it the scent of death rather than life. Jamal could feel it, too, the crushing emptiness that hung in the air, that settled deep within his chest. He had betrayed her. He had betrayed the woman who had loved him, who had given everything for him and his kingdom. Her love, her sacrifice, had been twisted into something unrecognizable, and now he was left with the remains of a broken world. The cost of immortality was not just the life that was given. It was the soul that was lost, the innocence that could never be regained. Shahmaran had been a bridge between two worlds, a symbol of love and sacrifice, and now that bridge had burned away, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. And the king, who had once ruled with strength, was left to face the consequences of his choices alone, his immortal soul forever bound to the land that had taken her life. The consequences were not just felt in the quiet despair of the king's heart. The people, too, felt it. The once thriving kingdom had turned into a land of shadows, a place where the sun no longer shone with its former warmth. There was no joy in the streets, no laughter to be heard. The people walked with heavy hearts, their eyes cast downward, as if they, too, felt the weight of Shahmaran's gift. Jamal walked among them, his steps slow, his heart heavy with guilt. He had saved the king, but what had he truly saved? The kingdom was still in ruins, its people still broken, and Shahmaran was gone. The price of immortality had been paid, and it was not just the king who had been affected. Everyone in the kingdom had felt the ripples of that sacrifice, and none of them would ever be the same. As Jamal gazed out at the desolate landscape, he could hear the faint sound of the wind, whispering through the trees. It was the same wind that had once carried Shahmaran's voice to him, the same wind that had once whispered promises of love and happiness. But now, the wind seemed to mock him. It carried with it the scent of death, the scent of a world that had lost its soul. The king, now more a shadow than a man, sat upon his throne, his hands clenched in fists, his face twisted with regret. He had been given everything, a second chance at life, at power, at control, but he had lost something far more precious in the process. He had lost the heart of the kingdom, the heart of the woman who had sacrificed it all for him. And now, he was left with nothing but immortality, a gift that had come at a price that no one, not even he, could have imagined. Jamal knew the truth now. He knew that there was no returning from this. The king's immortality, the one thing that had seemed so precious, was nothing but a hollow shell. The land would never be the same, and neither would he. The price of immortality was not just the loss of one life. It was the loss of everything that had made life worth living in the first place. The moon hung heavy in the sky that night, casting an eerie glow over the land. It was as if the earth itself held its breath. In the distance, a low hiss echoed through the darkened trees, the sound growing louder with each passing moment. It was the sound of 1,000 serpents, their anger rising like a storm that could no longer be contained. They had been watching. They had been waiting. And now, the time had come. The Serpent Queen, Shahmaran, had been betrayed, and her kin, her people, would not rest until they had taken their vengeance. They slithered from the depths of the earth, their scales glistening like liquid silver, their eyes burning with fury. The world had wronged their queen, and they would see that wrong righted, no matter the cost. They would make sure the land trembled beneath the weight of their wrath. Jamal could feel it before he saw it, the air growing thick with tension, the very earth beneath his feet quaking with the weight of what was to come. He had failed. He had brought ruin upon the woman who had once trusted him, the woman who had sacrificed everything for him and the kingdom. And now, it seemed as though the heavens themselves had turned against him. The ground beneath him trembled, as if 1,000 voices were crying out in rage, and he could not escape the feeling that something dreadful was coming. The first serpent appeared in the shadows, its long, sinuous body gliding across the ground like a living shadow. Its eyes gleamed with a cold, merciless fire as it slithered toward the king's palace. It was the first of many, a herald of the fury that was about to be unleashed. The serpents were not like any creatures the king's men had seen before. They were ancient, powerful, and relentless. Each one carried the wrath of Shahmaran herself, and they would not stop until her betrayal had been avenged. The king stood at the balcony, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He had felt the change, the shift in the air. He could hear the hiss of the serpents now, their presence unmistakable. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear of death, but from the weight of his own guilt. He had not only lost Shahmaran, but now he was about to lose everything. The serpents were coming for him, for his kingdom, and there would be no escaping the consequences of his actions. Jamal ran through the palace halls, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. He had heard the stories of Shahmaran's kin, the creatures who lived in the darkness, watching over their queen. He had thought them to be mere legends, nothing more than stories told to frighten children. But now, as the ground shook beneath him and the sound of hissing grew louder, he realized just how wrong he had been. The legends were real, and they were coming for him. He reached the king's chambers, but the door was already open. Inside, the king stood frozen, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. He had seen it, the serpents were gathering, their numbers growing by the minute. They were rising from the earth like an unstoppable wave, and soon they would be upon them. The king's breath quickened, his heart racing in his chest. There was no escape from the wrath of the serpents. Outside, the land was consumed by chaos. The serpents, with their gleaming scales and venomous fangs, slithered through the streets, their eyes fixed on the palace. They were everywhere, a sea of rage and vengeance that seemed to stretch on forever. They were not just beasts, they were the embodiment of Shahmaran's anger, of the pain and betrayal she had suffered. And they would not stop until they had claimed their vengeance. Jamal could hear the screams of the guards as they were overwhelmed by the serpents, their weapons useless against the creature's deadly speed and strength. The palace was being consumed, swallowed whole by the fury of the serpents. No one was safe. The king's once proud kingdom was falling apart, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. But amidst the chaos, Jamal could feel a deeper, more profound sense of dread. The serpents were not just coming for the king, they were coming for him, too. He had betrayed the woman who had loved him, and now the consequences of his actions were unfolding before his very eyes. He had been the one to lead her into that dark fate, to condemn her to the sacrifice that had destroyed everything. And now, the serpents were here to make him pay. As the serpents closed in, their hissing growing louder with each passing second, Jamal felt the weight of his guilt crush him. He had been the one to make the choice. He had been the one to allow this betrayal to happen. And now, there would be no forgiveness. The serpents would show no mercy. The king, too, knew that his time had come. His kingdom was falling apart, and the serpents were relentless in their pursuit of justice. There would be no escaping the wrath of the creatures who had once been Shahmaran's kin. They were closing in, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, and the king could feel the heat of their gaze on his skin. But even in the face of this impending doom, the king could not help but think of Shahmaran, of her sacrifice, of her love, and of the woman who had once given him everything. He had failed her. And now, as the serpents closed in on him, he could feel the weight of that failure pressing down on him like 1,000 stones. There would be no redemption. There would be no forgiveness. The wrath of the serpents was the only justice they would ever know. The first serpent struck, its fangs sinking deep into the stone of the palace walls, sending a shower of debris flying into the air. The ground shook again, and the air seemed to catch fire with the sheer force of the creature's rage. The serpents had come for their queen, and nothing, not even the king's immortality, could save him from the consequences of his betrayal. Jamal, standing at the king's side, knew that his fate had already been sealed. The serpents would take him, just as they would take the king, for both had betrayed the woman who had once given her heart to them. Shahmaran's kin would have their vengeance, and there would be no stopping them. The earth itself seemed to tremble as the creatures surged forward, their eyes glowing with fury, their bodies coiling around the palace like a massive, unbreakable chain. And in the heart of the chaos, there was a stillness, a silence that seemed to hang over everything. It was the silence of something ancient and terrible, the silence of a world about to come to an end. The wrath of the serpents had arrived, and no one would escape the price of betrayal. Jamal's hands trembled as he stood before the shattered remnants of the palace, the once grand walls now crumbling beneath the fury of the serpents. The world around him was in chaos, consumed by the very creatures that had once slithered in the shadows. He could feel the weight of his guilt pressing down on him, suffocating him with every breath he took. His mind replayed the events over and over, like an endless loop of pain and regret. How had it come to this? He had betrayed Shahmaran, the woman who had trusted him with everything. Her love, her sacrifice, her devotion, she had given him the world, and he had given her nothing in return but betrayal. Now, the serpents, her kin, were rising from the depths of the earth, their rage echoing through the streets. The very earth beneath him seemed to tremble, as if it too was aware of the price that had to be paid for such treachery. Jamal could hear the hissing in the distance, the sound of thousands of serpents slithering toward him, their eyes burning with vengeance. He could feel them coming, could almost see their sinuous bodies winding through the ruins of the palace. But it wasn't just the serpents that haunted him. It was the memory of Shahmaran, the way her eyes had looked at him, filled with hope, filled with love. And he had destroyed it all. With every step he took, the guilt gnawed at him, tearing him apart from the inside. He had known what would happen. He had known that the moment he had allowed the king to exploit Shahmaran's gift, he had sealed her fate. She had warned him, had told him that there would be a cost to what they were asking of her. But he had ignored her words, had been too blinded by his own desires to see the truth. Now, there was nothing left but the consequences of his actions. The ground shook again, and Jamal's knees buckled. He fell to the cold stone, his hands pressed to his face as he tried to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. He could still hear her voice, soft and kind, echoing in his mind. She had never wanted this. She had never wanted to be a part of the king's selfish plans. And yet, she had sacrificed herself for him, for the kingdom, for everything that he had promised her. And in return, all he had given her was pain. The guilt threatened to consume him. It was like a dark cloud that hung over his head, suffocating him with its weight. There was no escape from it. The serpents were coming, and there was no place left to hide. The kingdom that he had once ruled so proudly was now falling apart, the ruins of his once glorious life scattered at his feet. He had failed her. Jamal clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he fought to control the emotions that threatened to overtake him. He had made a mistake, a horrible, unforgivable mistake. And now, there was no way to undo it. He had taken everything from Shahmaran, and in doing so, he had destroyed himself as well. The hissing grew louder, closer. The serpents were almost upon him, and he knew that there was no escaping them. No redemption. No forgiveness. But still, he couldn't stop himself from pleading. He wasn't sure if he was speaking to the serpents, to the king, or to Shahmaran herself. But the words spilled from his mouth in a desperate, broken whisper. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He had never truly understood what it meant to be a man of honor, of integrity. He had spent his life chasing power, chasing glory, never once considering the cost of his actions. But now, in the face of the serpent's wrath, he saw it all too clearly. The pain he had caused, the lives he had ruined, and the woman who had given everything for him, only to be betrayed. The serpents, they were coming for him. And they weren't just coming to punish him, they were coming to punish the man who had allowed this tragedy to unfold. They were coming to claim the price of betrayal, and Jamal knew that he had no choice but to face it. The guilt, the regret, the sorrow, it was all building inside him like a storm that had no way of escaping. As he raised his head, his eyes met the horizon. The land was bathed in the red glow of the setting sun, but the beauty of the moment only made his pain sharper. It was as if the world itself had abandoned him, as if there was nothing left but the weight of his own conscience. The guilt was so overwhelming that it felt like a physical presence, pressing against his chest, making it hard to breathe. He had failed Shahmaran. And now, he was about to pay the price for that failure. But there was no peace in the thought of punishment. No relief in the idea that he would finally face the consequences of his actions. It was only a deeper sorrow, a deeper ache in his heart. The pain of knowing that no matter what happened next, he could never undo the harm he had caused. The sound of the serpents grew deafening now, their hisses filling the air, a constant reminder of the wrongs he had done. They were close, closer than he had ever imagined they would be. And still, he could not stop the words from spilling out. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I never wanted this." The words sounded hollow, empty, as if they were nothing more than a futile plea into the vast emptiness that had consumed him. He had no right to ask for forgiveness. He had no right to expect mercy. The serpents would come for him, and he would face their wrath as he had earned it. But even as he stood there, the weight of his guilt pulling him deeper into despair, he couldn't help but wonder if there was some small chance, just a tiny glimmer of hope, that he could somehow make things right. But deep down, he knew there was no hope left. The damage had been done. And no matter how much he wished to take it all back, no matter how much he regretted the choices he had made, the consequences were already set in motion. And he was left to face them, alone, as the serpents approached. Shahmaran lay on the cold, stone floor of the ruined palace, her body weakened but her spirit still ablaze with a quiet, consuming fire. The weight of the world rested on her shoulders, and yet, as she looked at the faces gathered around her, there was no fear, no regret. Just a deep, unfathomable sorrow. The time had come, and she knew it well. This moment, the culmination of everything she had worked for, had long been prophesied. But even as the end neared, there was one thing left for her to do, something that would leave a mark, a lasting imprint on the world she was leaving behind. Her body was scarred from the betrayal, the sacrifice she had made for the sake of others. Every inch of her, from the crown of her head to the tips of her serpentine tail, was marked by the pain of what had been asked of her. Yet, the true damage had not been done to her body, it had been done to her heart. Shahmaran had trusted, had loved, had given everything for people who were now too late to realize the gravity of their choices. But it was not for them that she would speak now. No. It was for the future. For her legacy. Her voice, though soft, echoed in the stone chamber. The few who still lingered around her bent closer, desperate to hear the last words of the one who had given so much for them. Even in the face of her demise, there was a raw power in her words, a power that could never be extinguished. "Do not let them forget me," she whispered, the weight of her final wish settling over them like a veil. "I leave you with the knowledge, with the truth of what we are. Protect it. Protect what was given to us." Her eyes fluttered closed, and for a brief moment, it was as if she was somewhere far away, lost in the vast expanse of time. Her body was still, but her mind, her soul, was awake, recalling the centuries she had lived. The love she had known. The sacrifices she had made. The people she had loved and the ones who had abandoned her. And now, here she was, preparing to leave it all behind. Jamal stood at the edge of the room, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. How had he let this happen? How had he stood idly by, watching as Shahmaran, the woman he had betrayed, gave her last breath for a cause that he had failed to honor? He could feel the weight of his own guilt bearing down on him, each second that passed in her presence a reminder of how deeply he had failed her. He wanted to speak, wanted to apologize, but the words choked in his throat. There was no redemption for what he had done. The king's command had sealed their fate. And now, the price would be paid, not just by Shahmaran, but by him as well. The room fell into silence. Shahmaran's breath was shallow now, her strength nearly spent, but there was one more thing she had to do. Her fingers, delicate and trembling, reached out toward Jamal. There was no anger in her eyes, only the deep, mournful understanding that he had been a pawn in something much larger than he could comprehend. She had no more time to be angry. No more time to be resentful. What was left now was a single, unspoken plea, a plea for forgiveness, not for herself, but for the world she would leave behind. "Protect the truth," she whispered again, the words barely audible as her chest rose and fell in a labored rhythm. "Let the world know who we were, who I was." Jamal's heart cracked as the full weight of her plea sank in. The future she spoke of would not be an easy one to protect. In the aftermath of the serpent's wrath, the kingdom would burn, the people would scatter, and the truth would be lost, buried beneath the ashes of her sacrifice. But in that moment, he knew that he had no choice but to honor her final wish. Even if it meant facing the consequences of his own actions, even if it meant walking through fire and blood, he would protect her legacy. The sound of distant hissing echoed faintly through the chamber, a reminder that time was running out. The serpents, her kin, would not wait much longer. And yet, despite the impending doom, Shahmaran's face remained peaceful, as though she had already made her peace with what was to come. Her eyes fluttered open one last time, and Jamal swore he saw a flicker of something in them, something between sorrow and acceptance, as though she were watching him one final time, ensuring that he understood. "I trust you," she said, her voice barely a whisper, but it felt like a thunderclap in the silence. "Do not let my story be forgotten. Do not let them twist it into something it was never meant to be." Her body grew colder, her warmth fading, leaving nothing but the stillness of the room. Yet, even in her passing, there was something that lingered. The air around her seemed to hum with the weight of the truth she had carried for so long. Shahmaran had been more than just a woman, more than just a queen. She had been a symbol of hope, of wisdom, and of sacrifice. Her legacy was not bound by the kings and queens who had failed her, nor by the kingdoms that would crumble in the wake of her death. Her legacy would live on in the hearts of those who remembered her, and the stories passed down through generations. As her final breath left her lips, the room seemed to hold its breath as well. For a moment, it was as if the world itself had stopped, caught between the weight of what had been lost and the possibility of what might still be saved. The serpents, they would come, and they would reclaim what was theirs. But Shahmaran's wish would not die with her. It would burn bright in the hearts of those who had witnessed her greatness. Her legacy would live on, even if it meant paying the ultimate price to protect it. Jamal knelt by her side, his hands trembling as he reached out to touch the cold, lifeless form of the woman he had failed. His tears fell silently onto the stone floor, the sorrow overwhelming him, drowning him in the weight of his guilt. But there, beneath the sorrow, was something else. A promise. A vow. He would carry her legacy. He would make sure that the world knew who Shahmaran had truly been. And as the first serpent slithered into the room, its eyes glowing with fire, Jamal stood, resolute. His heart was heavy, but his spirit was strong. He would protect the truth, no matter the cost. For Shahmaran. For the world. For her final wish. The world shook as the news of Shahmaran's death spread like wildfire. It was a silent scream that echoed through the land, reaching every corner of the kingdom. The earth trembled under the weight of the loss, and the sky, once bright and clear, seemed to mourn with them, darkening with clouds that stretched across the horizon. Her name was whispered through every village, every town, every city. No one was untouched by the grief that hung heavy in the air. At first, it seemed like a distant, impossible thing. How could someone as magnificent as Shahmaran, the Serpent Queen, be gone? How could such a symbol of wisdom and power simply fade away? But as the days passed, the truth became undeniable. Her sacrifice had cost her everything, and in the silence that followed her passing, there was a deafening realization: they had lost more than just a queen. They had lost a piece of their very soul. The people who had once stood in awe of her were now left with nothing but regret. Regret for the betrayal they had allowed to unfold, regret for the opportunities they had squandered, and regret for the knowledge they had failed to protect. In the wake of her death, there was no comfort, no hope. Just the cold, suffocating weight of guilt pressing down on them like an endless storm. In every home, in every heart, there was a stirring of something bitter, something that had been there all along but was now impossible to ignore. The whispers began, soft at first, but growing louder with each passing hour. They had not truly understood Shahmaran. They had not known what she had given, nor had they realized the price of their ignorance. And now, they were paying the price. The sky darkened further, the clouds growing heavy with an unseen weight, and the wind began to howl, as though the very elements were mourning her passing. In the cities, the markets emptied. People gathered in small groups, speaking in hushed tones, but the words were the same: she gave us everything, and we let her die. But the people's remorse was not the only thing that filled the air. There was something more, something dark and foreboding. It was as though the heavens themselves were watching, waiting for the final reckoning. The divine punishment was coming. And it would not be kind. In the temple, the priests knelt before the altar, their hands pressed together in silent prayer. But even their most fervent supplications could not stop the storm that was brewing in the heavens. The gods, who had once watched over the kingdom with benevolence, had grown silent. And now, as the wind howled and the earth trembled beneath their feet, they knew that Shahmaran's death had not gone unnoticed. The world had failed her, and they would answer for it. The first sign came in the form of a strange, eerie silence that descended over the land. It was as if the world had stopped breathing, the wind stilling, the birds ceasing their song. For a moment, there was nothing. And then, as though a great weight had been lifted, the skies opened, and rain began to fall in torrents. But this was no ordinary rain. It was as though the heavens themselves were weeping, and the tears they shed burned with the bitterness of a world that had failed to appreciate its greatest gift. The people, already shaken by their loss, looked to the sky with wide eyes. They had heard the stories, the old legends of divine punishment, of the wrath that would come when the gods were disrespected, when their gifts were squandered. but they had never truly believed it. Now, as the rain poured down in waves, their belief was no longer a question. It was a terrifying reality. The earth beneath them began to tremble once more. The ground cracked open, and from the fissures, strange shadows rose, figures that seemed to twist and writhe in the air, as though they were made of smoke and darkness. The people screamed, but there was no escaping the wrath that was coming. The shadows grew taller, their eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, and the people knew this was no mere storm. This was punishment. This was the price of their failure. Jamal stood in the midst of the chaos, his heart heavy with guilt, but his eyes wide with fear. He could feel the weight of the punishment bearing down on him, and he knew, without a doubt, that he was no longer just a witness. He had become a part of it. The gods were angry. And they had come for him, too. He tried to move, tried to escape the torment that seemed to be closing in on him, but the very ground beneath him was alive, trembling and shifting. He could hear the sound of the wind howling, louder now, as though it were searching for him, as though it were calling out his name. There was no escaping it. There was no escaping the consequences of what he had done. The people around him were crying, their faces twisted in horror and regret, their voices rising in a chorus of grief and fear. They had failed Shahmaran. They had failed themselves. And now they were paying the price. As the divine punishment fell upon them, there was no mercy. No reprieve. The rain continued to fall, heavy and burning, as the shadows closed in, their eyes glowing with fury. Jamal's thoughts raced, his mind a whirlwind of guilt and fear. How had it come to this? How had they let it all slip through their fingers? Shahmaran had given everything for them, and in return, they had betrayed her. They had betrayed her trust, her love, her sacrifice. And now, as the divine punishment fell upon them, they were left with nothing but the weight of their regret. The earth trembled again, and this time, the ground split open wide, revealing an abyss that seemed to reach down into the very depths of the world. From that darkness, something stirred, a creature, tall and monstrous, with eyes that burned like coals. It was a force of vengeance, a harbinger of the gods' wrath. And it was coming for them all. Jamal felt his legs give way beneath him as the creature loomed closer, its eyes fixed on him. He was not alone in his fear. The people around him were just as terrified, their cries of regret and anguish filling the air. But it was too late. The price had been paid. And now, they would face the consequences. They would face the wrath of the gods. And there, in the midst of the storm, in the midst of the divine retribution, Jamal understood the true cost of his actions. Shahmaran was gone, and he had helped to destroy her. He had helped to bring about this nightmare. And now, there was no escape. The earth was still, its breath held as if the world itself was waiting for something. The skies, dark and heavy, had finally begun to clear, but the land still felt the weight of the loss. The people had suffered, the divine punishment had ravaged them, but now, in the quiet aftermath, something different was stirring. It was a deep, primal feeling that rose from the hearts of those who had lived through the chaos, an urge to fix what had been broken, to repair the world they had shattered. They had betrayed Shahmaran, but now they understood the price of their actions. Now, they had to make things right. The Serpents had not forgotten. How could they? Shahmaran's kin, those who had once been her loyal subjects, rose from the depths of the earth, their eyes glowing with an ancient power, their movements as fluid as the shadows they cast. They were not here for revenge. They were here to see if the humans would truly change. Would they honor Shahmaran's sacrifice, or would they repeat the same mistakes again? In the heart of the city, where the great temple once stood, the people gathered. They came as they were broken, regretful, but with a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They knew that if they did not act, if they did not honor what Shahmaran had given them, the punishment would never end. They had already lost so much. The Serpents, too, had seen the suffering, and now they, too, stood at a crossroads. The world had changed. Was it enough for a new beginning? The first to step forward was an old man, his eyes heavy with the weight of the years, with the pain of 1,000 regrets. He was one of those who had turned his back on Shahmaran's wisdom, who had ignored her warnings. But now he could see. He could see that everything she had given was not for nothing. And he was the first to speak, his voice trembling but full of determination. "Let us make a vow," he said, his eyes looking toward the serpents that watched from the edges of the temple grounds. "Let us make a pact, one that will honor Shahmaran's legacy. We cannot undo the past, but we can do better. We can ensure that her sacrifice was not in vain." The words fell into the heavy silence like a stone into still water. And then, as if drawn by the sheer power of the moment, others stepped forward. Young and old, those who had once scorned the serpents, those who had turned their backs on the wisdom they offered, now stood united. They were here for one purpose, to make amends, to honor what had been lost, to honor Shahmaran. The air grew thick with anticipation. The serpents moved forward, their bodies swaying with a hypnotic grace, their eyes piercing the hearts of those who stood before them. They were not angry, not vengeful. No. The serpents were watching, waiting to see if the humans were truly worthy of the gift they had been given. The covenant would be sealed, but only if it was sincere. Only if the humans could prove they had learned. The old man, standing at the forefront, lowered his head in respect. His voice was steady now, strong with the power of his conviction. "We vow," he said, his hands held open in a gesture of peace, "to live with the wisdom that Shahmaran gave us. We will honor her memory, honor her teachings, and most importantly, we will cherish the gift she shared." As he spoke, the ground beneath them seemed to hum with a low, reverberating energy, as though the very earth was listening, as though the serpents themselves were stirring. And in that moment, the silence broke. The serpents, one by one, began to shift, their massive bodies twisting and coiling as they moved closer. The eyes of the creatures glowed brighter, their presence commanding, yet not threatening. It was as if they were waiting for something, waiting for the humans to prove they meant their words. The old man lifted his hand, and slowly, others joined him, their hands raised high. "We swear," they said, their voices strong and united, "to never forget. We swear to protect this world that Shahmaran loved. We swear to live in harmony with all creatures, great and small, as she taught us." The serpents moved in a great, undulating wave, circling the humans with their hypnotic gaze. Their bodies shimmered in the moonlight, and the air grew thick with their presence. The old man felt a cold shiver run down his spine, but it was not fear. No. It was something deeper, something that spoke to the very core of his being. This was a moment of reckoning. This was the moment where the world could heal, or fall apart forever. And then, as if in response to the vow, the ground beneath them rumbled. The earth split open just slightly, and from the crack, a golden light poured forth, flooding the temple grounds. It was as though the heavens themselves had acknowledged the humans' promise, a sign that the pact had been heard. The serpents, their eyes glowing with an ancient power, nodded solemnly. The covenant had been made. The people, trembling but resolute, felt something shift within them. It was subtle at first, a stirring in their hearts, a sense that something had been set right. The weight that had hung over them for so long, the guilt, the fear, seemed to lift, if only for a moment. They knew this was not the end. It was only the beginning. For the first time in a long while, they felt the weight of hope. And the serpents, who had once been distant, who had once been seen as mysterious and dangerous, now stood beside them. The humans had shown they were capable of change, that they could honor the past and learn from it. The serpents, once fierce and unyielding, now watched over them with a quiet understanding. They, too, were ready to move forward, ready to protect what had been lost. The old man lowered his hand, his heart full of a peace he had never known. The world around them, once again, seemed still. The winds had calmed, the skies had cleared, and the land, though scarred, seemed to breathe with new life. They had made their promise. They had honored Shahmaran's sacrifice. And as the moonlight bathed the temple grounds, the serpents slowly slithered back into the earth, disappearing as quietly as they had come. The pact had been made, and the world would never be the same again. In the silence that followed, the people knew this. They had a long road ahead of them, a road where they would need to live with the wisdom they had pledged to uphold. But for the first time in a long time, they felt ready. They felt that they could face whatever came next. The covenant was their promise, their bond, a promise to honor the sacrifice that had changed everything. It started with a whisper, a soft, barely audible murmur that seemed to ripple through the quiet corners of the world. At first, it was nothing more than a fleeting thought, a distant idea carried on the wind. But as time passed, the whispers grew louder, spreading from one village to the next, until the air itself seemed thick with anticipation. Shahmaran, the queen of serpents, was not gone. No. She was coming back. People began to talk. It started with the elders, those who still remembered the old tales, the ones who had lived through the chaos and the devastation. They spoke in hushed tones, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. "She is returning," they would say, their voices trembling with a mixture of hope and disbelief. "Her spirit cannot be defeated. She will rise again, and when she does, she will heal the world." The idea was both beautiful and terrifying. How could it be true? After all that had happened, could a being like Shahmaran really come back? Hadn't her death, her sacrifice, been the final word on the matter? Yet, the stories began to take root in the hearts of believers, like seeds planted in fertile soil. They whispered of dreams, of visions, of mysterious signs, bright lights in the sky, serpents seen slithering silently in the shadows, and strange symbols etched into the earth. All these things, they said, were proof that Shahmaran was returning. The first signs were subtle. People would speak of a child born with strange eyes, eyes that seemed to glow in the dark, eyes that saw more than the world around them. They would tell of the way a newborn's cries echoed with the sound of a serpent's hiss, of how the child would stare at the moon as if it was calling to them. At first, these stories were dismissed as coincidence, or perhaps the product of overactive imaginations. But then they grew. More and more children were born with these unexplainable traits. The eyes. The cries. The quiet, knowing looks that seemed to pierce the veil between worlds. And then came the dreams. People began to speak of vivid dreams where Shahmaran appeared to them, her form glowing with an ethereal light, her serpent body coiling around them in a protective embrace. In these dreams, she would speak of the coming of a new era, a time of healing, a time when the world would be set right again. But she would always end her visit with one warning: the seeds of rebirth have been planted. Only those who honor the past will see the future. The believers, those who had clung to the hope that Shahmaran's wisdom could still guide them, began to see her in everything. Her image began to appear in the strangest of places, carved into ancient stones, etched into the bark of trees, and even in the swirling patterns of clouds. The signs were everywhere, and with each new sighting, the whispers grew louder, the conviction stronger. One evening, a group of young people gathered around a fire, their faces lit by its flickering light. They spoke of the dreams they had shared, of the strange occurrences that had started to happen in their village. One girl, barely 16, her eyes wide with wonder, stood up and said, "I saw her last night, in the forest." Shahmaran. She was standing there, in the mist, her eyes glowing. She looked at me, and I swear she spoke my name. She told me to come here, to bring others together. The others listened in awe. There was no doubt in their minds now. Shahmaran was returning. But why? Why now, after all these years of silence, of suffering? The questions hung in the air, unanswered, but they didn't care. They had hope. And that hope was enough. As the story spread, people began to search. They searched the forests, the mountains, the deserts. They scoured ancient texts, seeking any hint, any clue that might confirm the truth. They found fragments of old prophecies, words spoken long ago, written in forgotten languages, promising the return of the queen. They found symbols carved into the earth, and places where Shahmaran had once walked. Each discovery only deepened their belief. But even as the belief spread, there were those who doubted. Skeptics laughed and scoffed at the idea of a goddess returning. They claimed it was all just superstition, the product of grief-stricken minds desperate to hold on to something, anything, in the face of a world that had seemed to lose its way. But the doubters grew fewer, their voices drowned out by the fervor of those who had seen the signs, who had felt the pull of something greater than themselves. The world was changing, shifting in ways that no one could explain. People began to speak of Shahmaran as more than just a mythical figure. She had become a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was a chance for renewal. She had been wronged, betrayed, but she had not been destroyed. Her legacy was not lost, it was reborn, woven into the very fabric of the world itself. As the rumors continued to spread, the believers grew restless. They waited for the day when Shahmaran would reveal herself, when the signs would align, and the world would know that her promise had been fulfilled. They held on to her teachings, the wisdom she had shared before her death, believing that through honoring her memory, they could unlock the future. And then, one day, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, something incredible happened. A bright light appeared on the horizon, so radiant it seemed to part the night itself. The people gathered, their hearts beating in unison, their breaths caught in their throats. The light grew closer, growing stronger with each passing second, until it bathed the land in a warm, golden glow. It was as though the heavens themselves had opened, as though Shahmaran herself had returned. For a moment, no one moved. No one spoke. It was as if time had frozen, and the world itself was holding its breath. Then, from the light, a figure emerged, a woman, tall and graceful, her long hair flowing like liquid gold. Her eyes were radiant, glowing with the wisdom of ages, and her serpent-like form seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly beauty. She was real. Shahmaran had returned. The believers fell to their knees, overwhelmed with awe and gratitude. The world had been given a second chance. And in that moment, they knew Shahmaran's rebirth was not just about her. It was about them, too. It was about the world finding its way back to the wisdom, the love, the peace that had once flourished. The seeds of rebirth had been planted, and now they were about to bloom. Every night, as the stars sparkled above and the moon cast its soft glow across the land, children gathered around the fire. Their faces were lit by the flickering flames, eyes wide with curiosity, mouths parted in anticipation. The old woman, wise with age, sat before them, her hands weaving through the air as she began her story. "Let me tell you about Shahmaran, the Queen of Serpents," she said, her voice steady yet filled with emotion, carrying the weight of generations in each word. Her audience leaned in closer, not a single one of them daring to blink. The tale had been passed down from parent to child, from elder to youth, a tradition as old as time itself. It was a story woven into the very fabric of their lives. Even in the darkest hours, they had clung to it, holding onto the memory of a queen who had given everything for the people she loved. She spoke of the days long ago when Shahmaran, half woman, half serpent, ruled with wisdom and grace. How she had lived in the hidden caves, far from the reach of human eyes, her form a mystery, her spirit untamed. And yet, she was not just a creature of beauty and power, but one of compassion and love. Shahmaran's heart beat for the world that had rejected her, for the people who feared her. She had offered them her wisdom, hoping that they would see her for what she truly was. But, as it often happens, betrayal came swiftly, as the world that had once called her savior turned against her. The old woman's voice cracked as she spoke of Shahmaran's final moments, the echo of her betrayal still fresh in her heart. But it was not just the death that left a mark, it was the hope Shahmaran had given, even in the face of destruction. Her last wish had been a promise, a seed planted deep in the hearts of those who had loved her. And that seed, though buried for a time, had begun to grow. The children listened, captivated by the story, their minds transported to a world where gods and mortals lived side by side, where love and betrayal could change the course of history. The fire crackled as the old woman spoke of the new covenant, a pact formed between mortals and serpents in the aftermath of Shahmaran's sacrifice. "Her legacy lives on," she whispered, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. "In every whisper of the wind, in every flicker of the flame, in every heartbeat of those who honor her memory." Her words carried across generations, each telling slightly different but equally powerful. From one tongue to another, the tale passed on, twisted, shaped, and molded by the hands of time, but always true to its core. The story of Shahmaran was more than just a myth. It was a lifeline, a reminder that even in the face of suffering, there was the possibility for redemption, for rebirth. As the years passed, the retelling of Shahmaran's tale grew more intricate, more vibrant. Every storyteller added their own touch. Some told of the queen's beauty, others focused on her wisdom, while still others lingered on the tragedy of her final moments. But no matter how the story was told, one thing remained the same: the legend of Shahmaran lived on. In villages and towns, in cities and wildernesses, the story was repeated again and again. Every storyteller had their own way of making the tale their own. The children knew it by heart, and their children after them would pass it down, just as it had always been passed down. It was a ritual, a sacred act. It was not just a story, it was a part of their identity, woven into the very essence of their souls. In some places, people carved her image into the walls of their homes, ensuring that her presence would never be forgotten. In others, they whispered her name when things grew hard, calling on her wisdom in times of struggle. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed too dark, they would tell her story to remind themselves that even in the face of betrayal and loss, hope was never far away. But it wasn't just the old who kept her memory alive. Young men and women, too, carried the tale with them, telling it to their children before they slept, embedding it in their hearts. The story became a guiding light, a moral compass for each new generation. They learned from Shahmaran's wisdom, sought refuge in her strength, and found comfort in her love. The generations before them had passed on a legacy, not just of myth, but of resilience, courage, and an unwavering belief in the power of sacrifice. There was something deeply sacred about the way the story was passed down. It was as though each telling of Shahmaran's tale made her spirit stronger. Her legacy seemed to grow with each word spoken, with each listener who heard it and carried it forward. Her name became a symbol, not just of her beauty and power, but of the enduring strength of her will, her heart, and her love for the world. And so, Shahmaran's story continued to live on, not just in the words of storytellers, but in the hearts of those who believed in her. Every retelling was an act of remembrance, a commitment to honor her sacrifice and to live by the lessons she had imparted. It was said that as long as the story lived, as long as the words were passed on, Shahmaran's spirit would never truly be gone. She would remain with them, guiding them, loving them, protecting them. But the legend was not just a tale of the past, it was a tale of the future, too. Every new generation who heard it would add their own chapter, their own experience, to the story. They would live it, breathe it, and carry it in their bones. They would not let the memory of Shahmaran fade, for in doing so, they would lose a part of themselves. As long as her story was told, Shahmaran's soul would live on, unbroken, eternal. And so, as the fire burned low, the old woman smiled, her heart full. She knew that Shahmaran's legend would never die. It would live on in the voices of those who told it, in the hearts of those who believed it, and in the lives of those who had been touched by it. And somewhere, perhaps, in the quiet spaces between the words, Shahmaran's spirit watched over them all, her eyes gleaming with love and protection. The journey was long, but the pilgrims never tired. They walked for days, their feet dusted with the earth of distant lands, their hearts filled with a yearning they could not fully understand. There was something in the air, something that pulled them towards the sacred sites, places where the ground was blessed by the touch of the divine, where the very stones seemed to hum with ancient energy. These were the Serpent shrines, where Shahmaran's spirit was said to linger, where her wisdom could still be felt, whispered in the winds that swept through the trees. Every footstep was a prayer, every breath an offering. As they neared the shrine, the pilgrims' eyes grew wide, their steps slower. The temple stood before them like a living monument, its stone walls etched with images of the Serpent Queen, her coils wrapped around sacred trees, her eyes glowing with eternal wisdom. The air around the shrine seemed to shimmer, a sacredness that could be felt in the bones. They had arrived. They had come to honor the Queen, to seek her blessings, and to find solace in the memory of her sacrifice. The ancient path that led to the shrine had been worn smooth over the centuries, yet it still felt like a place of reverence, untouched by time. As they approached, some pilgrims fell to their knees, their faces pressed against the ground in silent prayer. Others wept, the tears flowing freely as the weight of Shahmaran's story filled their hearts once again. They had heard her tale 1,000 times, but standing here, in the very place where she had once lived, where her legacy still thrived, the truth of her sacrifice seemed to settle deeper into their souls. The shrine was more than just a structure of stone. It was a living testament to Shahmaran's love for the world, her unwavering dedication to her people. The air was thick with the scent of incense, burning offerings that curled up into the sky like the smoke of ancient rituals. The pilgrims gathered around, whispering their prayers, asking for wisdom, guidance, and the strength to face the trials of their lives. It was said that if one stood in the shrine's sacred circle and opened their heart, Shahmaran's spirit would touch them, filling them with peace and understanding. Some pilgrims came for answers. Others came in hopes of healing, whether for their bodies, their hearts, or their souls. The stories were endless. There were those who had prayed for a child and found their prayers answered, others who had sought forgiveness and found peace, and still others who came simply to honor the Queen's memory, to remind themselves of the beauty and power of her love. Every visit to the shrine was a renewal of faith, a reaffirmation that Shahmaran's spirit still lived, that her love had not been in vain. In the evenings, the pilgrims gathered around the fire, sharing stories of their journeys, of the blessings they had received, and of the way Shahmaran's presence had touched their lives. They spoke of the signs they had seen, the dreams they had had, the moments when they had felt her near, watching over them like a loving mother. And as the stars twinkled above, they would sing, their voices rising in a chorus of gratitude, the melody carried on the night breeze. It wasn't just the journey to the Serpent shrines that held significance. It was the act of pilgrimage itself. It was the commitment to honoring Shahmaran's legacy, to remembering her sacrifice, and to living in accordance with the wisdom she had imparted. The shrines were scattered across the land, each one a sacred space, a reminder of the deep connection between the human and divine. There was no one place more holy than the other, but each held its own unique magic, its own energy, its own peace. As the pilgrims made their way home, they carried the sacredness of the shrine with them, each step more purposeful, their hearts lighter. They had touched something beyond themselves, something eternal. They had connected with the spirit of Shahmaran, and in doing so, had found a deeper understanding of their own lives. They would pass her story on to their children, and their children would carry it with them, just as their ancestors had. The pilgrimage wasn't just a visit, it was a way of life. It was a promise made to the Queen, to the serpent who had given everything, that her memory would never fade, that her love would never be forgotten. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed too much to bear, the pilgrims would close their eyes and remember the serpent shrines, the quiet peace that lingered in the air, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the sense of something greater than themselves watching over them. And they knew, deep in their hearts, that as long as they honored Shahmaran, they would never be truly alone. The serpent shrines were not just physical places, they were places of transformation, of healing, of connection. They reminded the people of their strength, of their ability to endure, and of the power of love, even in the face of betrayal. Shahmaran's story was not just one of loss, but of hope. She had given everything for the world she loved, and in return, her legacy lived on in every pilgrim who came to honor her, in every prayer whispered in her name, in every moment of peace found within the sacred spaces she had touched. As the years passed and the shrines grew older, more pilgrims came, bringing with them the weight of their lives and their prayers. They came to honor the past, to find answers, and to offer up their gratitude. The serpent shrines, like Shahmaran's memory, endured. They stood as a testament to the enduring power of love and sacrifice, a place where the human and divine could meet, where the spirit of Shahmaran lived on in every pilgrim who passed through the gates. Beneath the ancient hills, hidden in the folds of time and forgotten legends, there existed a place known only to a few. The entrance was a whisper, a secret that only the most devoted could uncover. It wasn't marked by any sign, no golden statue or carved stone to guide the way. Only the chosen, the guardians of Shahmaran's wisdom, knew the path. They walked in shadows, keeping the sacred teachings hidden from the unworthy eyes of the world. The cults that protected her legacy were bound by oaths older than the hills themselves, woven into the very fabric of their existence. Their devotion was fierce, an unyielding flame that burned for centuries, a flame passed down through generations. The teachings of Shahmaran were precious, more valuable than any treasure, and the guardians would die to keep them safe. They were not like others. They understood the power of the Serpent Queen's wisdom, her sacrifice, and the importance of preserving the knowledge that could change the world. In the deepest corners of the world, they gathered in secret, their faces cloaked in hoods and their hearts burdened with the responsibility they carried. They whispered the teachings of Shahmaran, passing them from one generation to the next, their voices soft but firm. To speak the words aloud was to risk drawing attention, and attention could lead to destruction. The world wasn't ready for the truth. The world had forgotten the power of the serpents, the wisdom of the queen, and the depth of her love. But the guardians remembered, and they would never let her teachings slip into the void of history. The rituals of the guardians were quiet, intimate affairs, held in hidden chambers carved deep into the earth. There, they would light candles and incense, the smoke curling up toward the stone ceilings as they recited prayers in the ancient language of the serpents. They would speak of balance, of unity, of the power of knowledge and the need for compassion. The teachings of Shahmaran were not for the faint of heart. They were meant for those who could see beyond the surface, those who could grasp the truth in the silence between words. The rituals were also a form of protection. Shahmaran's wisdom was too dangerous for the wrong hands. There were those who would use it to destroy, to conquer, to control. The guardians understood that, and they had taken an oath to keep it out of the hands of the corrupt. They were not merciful in their resolve. Anyone who sought to misuse Shahmaran's power would find the guardians' wrath swift and unforgiving. At night, when the stars were hidden behind thick clouds, the guardians would make their way through the dark streets, cloaked in secrecy. They were always watching, always listening, their eyes sharp for any sign of betrayal. The teachings of Shahmaran were too important to be left unprotected. They knew that the world would never understand, that the teachings of the Serpent Queen would be misunderstood, twisted, and eventually lost if they did not take action. So, they worked in silence, guarding the hidden knowledge as if it were a fragile thing, too delicate to be touched by the harshness of the world. But there were moments, fleeting and rare, when the guardians would gather together and share what they had learned, the wisdom they had passed down through the ages. It was in these moments that the true power of Shahmaran's teachings would come alive. Her words would echo in their hearts, filling them with a sense of purpose, a sense of duty that was beyond anything they had ever known. They had been chosen, not by chance, but by destiny, to carry the weight of her wisdom. The teachings spoke of things that could not be easily understood by the uninitiated. They spoke of cycles, of the balance between life and death, of the intertwined destinies of mortals and immortals. They spoke of sacrifice, not as a burden but as a gift, a way to connect with the divine. Shahmaran had taught that true wisdom was found not in seeking power, but in knowing how to give of oneself for the greater good. The Serpent Queen had given her life to protect humanity, and the guardians were bound to follow her example. There were times when the guardians would venture out of the hidden places, moving in the shadows, watching for those who might threaten the legacy of Shahmaran. They would listen for whispers, for signs that the world was beginning to stir again, that the teachings of the Queen were starting to resurface. They knew that one day, the world would be ready to understand the truth. The guardians believed in the promise of a new dawn, a time when the wisdom of Shahmaran would spread far and wide, awakening the hearts and minds of all who sought it. But for now, they were content to live in the shadows, to guard the secrets of the Queen and protect her legacy from the prying eyes of the world. They knew that the time would come, when the world would be ready, and when it did, the teachings would be there, waiting to guide humanity into a new era of understanding and compassion. Until then, the guardians would continue their silent work, watching, waiting, and protecting the sacred knowledge of Shahmaran. In the darkness, the whisper of her name carried on the wind. The guardians would hear it in their dreams, in the quiet moments when the world was still. It was a reminder, a call to arms, a reminder of the vow they had made to preserve the teachings of Shahmaran. No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, they would protect her legacy, for they knew that in doing so, they were protecting the very heart of humanity itself. And as they walked through the night, the stars above shining faintly through the clouds, they felt the weight of the Serpent Queen's gaze upon them, guiding them, always guiding them, toward a future where her teachings would be remembered, revered, and finally understood. The guardians of the hidden realm were not just protectors of a legend, they were protectors of the truth that Shahmaran had given her life to share with the world. In the quietest moments of reflection, you may find yourself tracing the curve of a serpent, its sleek body spiraling upwards, as if calling out to something hidden, something eternal. The serpent's image has long been a symbol of mystery and power, but there's one serpent whose image has cut deeper, leaving an indelible mark on hearts and minds, Shahmaran. Her presence, though shrouded in the mists of time, still lingers in the artwork, rituals, and spiritual practices of the modern world, her influence reaching across centuries like the silent, winding path of a serpent in the dark. The first time someone stumbles across a depiction of Shahmaran in a modern painting or sculpture, it's as if they've uncovered a long-lost treasure. Her form, a woman's face, crowned with serpents, captures the essence of something primal, something transcendent. It's a moment that feels like discovery. The symbol is not merely a piece of art, it's an invitation, a spark of recognition that stirs something ancient within us. She is a queen who ruled the borders of myth and reality, and even today, her serpent symbolism continues to speak to us, urging us to listen more carefully to the silent wisdom that she left behind. Art has always been a medium for expressions of the divine, and Shahmaran's imagery has inspired countless artists to recreate her story through vibrant colors and intricate designs. These representations are not just images, they are messages. The serpents curling around her, the delicate play of light and shadow, the contrast between her human and divine nature, all reflect the deep dualities that Shahmaran represents. Her symbolism, her teachings, are not confined to the past. They have seeped into the collective consciousness, influencing modern spirituality and art in ways both subtle and profound. In the modern world, Shahmaran is not just a figure from ancient mythology, she is an icon of empowerment, wisdom, and transformation. Her image appears in tattoos, murals, and sculptures that breathe life into her legend, weaving it into the fabric of contemporary culture. People, drawn to her figure, seek something deeper than beauty. They seek healing. They seek understanding. They seek a connection to something greater than themselves. Shahmaran's symbolism gives them a way to express these yearnings, to carry the weight of wisdom and femininity, strength and sacrifice, on their skin or through their art. The allure of Shahmaran, however, isn't just confined to the visual. Her symbols have also made their way into the spiritual practices of those who seek her wisdom. There are those who, with quiet reverence, call upon her in moments of inner turmoil, hoping to tap into the healing energy she represents. In meditation circles and spiritual retreats, the image of Shahmaran, the Serpent Queen, is evoked as a symbol of balance, renewal, and inner power. It's as though her ancient wisdom has been waiting for the world to catch up, to understand the layers of meaning behind her image. With every spiral of the serpent, there's a promise of rebirth. With every glance at her likeness, there's the possibility of discovering something lost within ourselves. Shahmaran is more than just a goddess, she is a mirror to the soul. Her presence is felt in the spiritual tattoos etched on bodies, where serpents twist and coil with the intent of protection and guidance. They are not just adornments, they are part of a sacred pact, a bond with the divine. Each line drawn is a prayer, each curve a reminder of what lies hidden, of what must be found. The serpent's eye gleams with a knowing, as though it has seen the depth of human suffering, the darkness and light of the world, and yet, it remains steadfast in its truth. But Shahmaran's impact is not limited to the personal or the spiritual. Her image has found a place in the larger cultural landscape. On the covers of books, in the pages of magazines, in advertisements, and digital art, the serpents continue to slither and wind their way through modern life. Her story is retold in ways that speak to contemporary struggles, the fight for balance in a chaotic world, the quest for deeper meaning in an age of distraction. Shahmaran's image speaks to those who feel lost, those who yearn for something greater, something eternal. And yet, despite her quiet power, the Serpent Queen's influence is still shrouded in mystery. People are drawn to her, but not everyone fully understands why. It's as if her image calls to the parts of us we cannot fully articulate, the parts that hunger for wisdom, the parts that ache for connection, the parts that long for healing. Shahmaran's image isn't simply seen, it's felt. It's a pulse beneath the surface of art and culture, a slow burn that grows stronger with each passing year. Even in a world that seems to grow more disconnected from the ancient past, Shahmaran's imagery remains, as if guarding a secret that will one day be revealed when the world is ready to understand. In the quiet moments, when the world is still and the noise fades, it's easy to imagine the quiet hiss of a serpent winding through the grass, her form slipping through the cracks of time, carrying with her the wisdom of ages. In those moments, it becomes clear Shahmaran is not a figure of the past. She is still here, in the symbols, in the artwork, in the hearts of those who seek something deeper, something more profound. Her image continues to inspire, to heal, to guide. It is the serpent's eternal dance, the promise that no matter how far we've come, no matter how much we've forgotten, there is always a path back to the wisdom that will lead us home. There are moments in life when love feels like a force that binds and consumes us, lifting us to the highest heights, only to cast us down into the depths. Shahmaran's tale, her sacrifices and the betrayal she endured, holds within it the bittersweet reality of how love and betrayal can shape the soul. Her story doesn't just speak of a distant time, but resonates with anyone who has known the sting of heartbreak, the weight of sacrifice, and the raw power of trust. It's a story that cuts deep, like the sharpest serpent's fang. The first time you hear of Shahmaran, her figure is a towering one, half-human, half-serpent, poised between the divine and the earthly. The goddess offers herself, a symbol of wisdom, of healing, and of love that goes beyond what any mortal could fully comprehend. But that love, as it always does in stories like hers, is put to the test in the cruelest way. Shahmaran's compassion, her open heart, becomes her undoing. She was betrayed by those she trusted. A young man, the one who swore to honor her teachings and protect her, turns on her, driven by fear, greed, or an unseen darkness. In a moment of desperate self-preservation, he condemns her to a life of captivity, locking away the very soul that could heal and transform him. His betrayal was a dagger to her heart, yet she didn't lash out in vengeance. She endured, because the lesson she had to offer was greater than her own suffering. The very core of her being was tied to sacrifice, giving without expectation, loving even when it meant destruction. Her story is a mirror of how we often face betrayal in our own lives. There are moments when we trust too deeply, when we open our hearts to others, only to watch them break our spirits. The sting of betrayal can feel all-consuming, and in those moments, we may wonder how we will ever heal, how we will ever forgive. Shahmaran's tale shows us that love isn't always a gentle thing. Sometimes, it's a fire that burns away everything we thought we knew about ourselves. But even in the ashes of betrayal, there is something more. Her sacrifice is not just the loss of her freedom, but of her voice, her wisdom, her power. It is a quiet reminder of how often we give up parts of ourselves for others, even when it costs us dearly. The painful silence of Shahmaran in her prison, her voice stilled, her wisdom locked away, echoes in every person who has ever loved someone to the point of losing themselves. In those moments, when we give everything we have, we wonder, was it worth it? Shahmaran's story answers this, not with words, but through the stillness of her being. The irony of her sacrifice is that, even though she was betrayed and locked away, her wisdom never truly died. It couldn't. Shahmaran's wisdom, like true love, cannot be contained. It is timeless, like the serpent who sheds its skin only to grow stronger. Despite the chains, despite the darkness, her teachings began to spread. Her story lived on in whispers, in the hearts of those who heard it. And in that way, her sacrifice became her gift to the world. The serpent, with all its wisdom, can never be fully captured. It continues to slither, winding its way through time, through generations, through those who would listen. In the light of betrayal, Shahmaran shows us that sacrifice is not the end of love. It can be the beginning of something deeper. For love is not only about receiving, but about giving, even when it seems like there is nothing left to offer. The love that Shahmaran gave to the world didn't require her to stay free or unscathed. It only required that she keep loving, keep teaching, even in the face of the greatest betrayal. Her teachings, as they spread, remind us that love is not always reciprocated, that trust can be broken, and that the people we believe in may fail us. But in those moments, we are left with the choice to become bitter and angry, or to rise again, stronger than before. Shahmaran's story challenges us to look beyond the immediate pain, to understand that even in the deepest wounds, there is healing. It asks us to carry forward love and wisdom, not because it's easy, but because it's the only way to honor what we have learned. Her tale also reminds us that betrayal is never final. Even in the face of the greatest loss, there is the possibility of redemption. Shahmaran's story, through the twist of fate and the cycles of life and death, ultimately shows us that love is eternal. She may have been betrayed by one, but in the end, her wisdom spread far and wide. Betrayal does not define her. It is her love, her wisdom, her sacrifice that endures. Her tale isn't just a cautionary story about the dangers of love and trust, it is a declaration of the power of sacrifice. It is an invitation to understand that love is not about possession, nor is it about selfishness. It is about the quiet, unwavering strength that comes when we give of ourselves, not for glory, but because it is what we are meant to do. Love in Shahmaran's world is both a gift and a burden, and it is a burden she bears with grace. Shahmaran's story is about more than love and betrayal, it is about the quiet, relentless pursuit of wisdom. The serpent teaches us to shed our old skins, to let go of the past and embrace the wisdom that comes with each new chapter. She teaches us to hold nothing back, to love with all our being, even when the world around us may not return that love. And in her sacrifice, she shows us that there is no greater love than the willingness to endure pain, not for ourselves, but for the world, for those we hold dear, for the generations yet to come. Her story, marked by love and betrayal, will never fade. It is written in the very fabric of time, carried on the breath of every whispered prayer, every art piece, every symbol of the serpent. It is a testament to the enduring power of love, and to the strength that comes when we choose to love despite everything, even when the world betrays us. It was an ordinary evening when the mysterious figure appeared, yet something in the air felt different that night. People in the small town couldn't quite put their finger on it, but the whispers began as soon as he walked into the dimly lit cafe. His eyes, dark and knowing, seemed to hold an entire universe within them. He didn't speak at first, just stood there, as though waiting for something, or someone. And then, when he finally opened his mouth, it wasn't what they expected. "I carry the wisdom of Shahmaran," he said, his voice soft, but filled with a strange power, like the hum of an ancient song. A few chuckled nervously, dismissing the remark as another strange, passing claim. But as the hours stretched on, and more people gathered, that simple statement began to resonate with something deeper. There was something in his presence, a weight of truth that felt undeniable, as though the air itself had shifted. At first, people thought he was just another illusion, a man who had lost his way, who wore his stories like an old cloak to make himself feel significant. But the way he spoke, the way his eyes glistened when he talked about love, betrayal, and sacrifice, left a lingering trace in their hearts. He wasn't just recounting a story from the past, he was bringing it to life. His words felt like a call to something far greater than themselves, a yearning deep within, a pull that nobody could explain but everyone could feel. He spoke of Shahmaran as though she were still alive, still breathing, her wisdom flowing through him like a river that refused to be dammed. He told them of the serpent goddess, not as a legend of old, but as a living force, still shaping the world in ways no one fully understood. There were moments when the crowd fell silent, hanging on every word, as if her story had never ended and was still unfolding before their very eyes. As the days went on, the figure continued to speak, at odd hours, and secret places, to anyone who would listen. Some sought him out, desperate to learn, while others were drawn in by an invisible thread, unable to resist the pull. They came from all walks of life, artists, philosophers, dreamers, each one searching for something, though they didn't know exactly what it was. But when they heard him speak, they felt it, a deep, soul-stirring truth, wrapped in the mysteries of Shahmaran's teachings. "There is no wisdom greater than that which comes from the heart," he would say, and the crowd would feel their chest tighten, a quiet recognition flickering in their eyes. She teaches us that the serpent doesn't strike out of hatred but out of love, out of the desire to protect what's sacred. But when love is betrayed, even the kindest heart can turn sharp. At first, the figure's words seemed strange, maybe even cryptic. But slowly, they began to make sense. He spoke of betrayal, not as an act of evil, but as a consequence of ignorance, of a lack of understanding. When the heart cannot see beyond its own fear, it lashes out, he would say, his voice soft but piercing. But love, true love, always finds its way back to healing. It has no other choice. It wasn't just the words, though. It was the way he carried himself, the calmness in his demeanor, the way he listened when people spoke. He didn't seem hurried, didn't seem as though he had anywhere else to be. He was there, completely present in the moment, as though the world had paused around him. People began to wonder, could he really be the vessel of Shahmaran's wisdom? Could she, after all these centuries, have returned in this humble figure, cloaked in mystery, ready to share her message with the world once again? Rumors spread quickly. Stories about the strange man who claimed to carry Shahmaran's teachings began to circulate like wildfire. Some said they had seen him perform inexplicable acts, healing someone's pain with nothing but a gentle touch, offering words that seemed to lift the heaviest of hearts. Others claimed to have witnessed him disappear into thin air, leaving behind nothing but the memory of his words. The authorities grew uneasy. They didn't know what to make of this figure, this modern prophet who had taken the town by storm. Some tried to silence him, to push him away, but the more they tried, the stronger the pull became. People came in droves, seeking his wisdom, his insight into their lives. They were hungry for the knowledge he carried, the knowledge that seemed to tap into something so ancient, so pure, that they couldn't resist it. One night, a small group of followers gathered around him as he spoke of love's true nature, of the sacrifice that was required to love without expecting anything in return. Shahmaran knew this, he said, his voice full of reverence. She knew that to love fully is to give everything, even when it hurts, even when you stand alone. His words settled in the hearts of those around him, each one feeling the weight of his message. It wasn't just a story anymore, it was a way of life. His teachings offered more than just knowledge, they offered a path, a way to see the world through new eyes. But as the weeks passed, a sense of dread began to grow. There were whispers among the townspeople that the figure was more than he seemed. Was he truly a messenger of Shahmaran, or was he something else, something darker? Some feared that his wisdom came at a cost, that the gifts he offered could not be taken without consequence. As the uncertainty swirled, the figure remained unmoved, his expression calm, his presence unwavering. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the last light faded from the sky, the figure spoke his final words to the gathered crowd. "The wisdom I carry is not mine," he said softly, his gaze steady. "It is hers. It always has been." And with that, he disappeared into the night, leaving nothing behind but the echo of his voice, the lingering sense that the world had just been touched by something far beyond what anyone could comprehend. The search for him didn't stop after that night. People came from every corner of the earth, hoping to find the mysterious figure again, to hear his words, to touch the wisdom that had once flowed through him. But it was as if he had vanished into the very fabric of the universe, like a whisper carried away by the wind. And still, his words remained, living on in the hearts of those who had heard them, and in the people who would carry them forward, passing them from one generation to the next. It started with a dream. A simple, quiet dream that many would have brushed off, but for her, it was more than that. When she woke up, her heart was pounding in her chest, and her hands trembled as she reached for the glass of water on the nightstand. Something had shifted, something she couldn't explain. In the dream, she had walked through an ancient forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and mystery. The trees whispered secrets in a language she didn't understand, but somehow, she could feel their meaning deep within her bones. The path she walked was winding, leading her deeper into the unknown, and she followed it, heart racing with a sense of purpose she could not name. And then, she saw her. At first, it was just a glimmer, a shimmering figure among the shadows. But as she drew closer, the figure materialized, and there, standing before her, was Shahmaran, a beautiful, regal serpent goddess, half woman, half snake. Her eyes, glowing like twin stars, fixed on her with an intensity that made her breath catch. Shahmaran didn't speak, not in words, but somehow, the message was clear. You are needed. When she woke up, the world felt different. Her dreams had always been vivid, but this one felt real, as though the boundary between the dream world and the waking world had blurred. As if Shahmaran had reached through the veil to touch her, to stir something deep inside. She didn't know why or how, but she knew that something was coming. She couldn't shake the feeling, like the earth was holding its breath, waiting. It wasn't just her. Over the following weeks, more people began to report similar dreams. Dreams that felt too real to ignore, dreams where Shahmaran's presence was undeniable. A man in a small village saw her in the reflection of a river, her serpent tail swaying as she gazed at him with eyes full of wisdom and sorrow. He woke up, drenched in sweat, his hands clutched to his chest, feeling as if her touch had left a mark upon his soul. Another woman saw the goddess in the ruins of an ancient temple, standing tall and proud amidst the crumbling stones. Shahmaran didn't speak, but she reached out a hand, and the woman could feel the warmth of her touch, the weight of untold knowledge passing from one soul to another. When she woke up, she couldn't remember the details, but she felt as if her heart had been opened, as if the wisdom of ages had flooded into her very being. The dreams weren't just fleeting images, they were real, tangible. People began to find themselves waking up in the middle of the night, their minds buzzing with the same images, Shahmaran's face, her eyes, her power. It was as if she had never left, as if she had been waiting, patiently, for the right moment to return. And that moment was now. But the dreams weren't just happening in sleep. They began to spill over into the waking world. A young artist in the city felt the pull of Shahmaran's energy one evening as he walked through the streets, lost in thought. He stopped suddenly, his eyes widening as he saw a vision in the sky, a serpent, coiling through the clouds, its form unmistakable. He couldn't explain it, but it was as though the very heavens were sending him a message. He spent the next few weeks sketching her, trying to capture the energy of that moment, but the image wouldn't leave him. It was as though he had been touched by something beyond his understanding, and the more he tried to resist it, the stronger the pull became. A woman, grieving the loss of a loved one, felt a sudden, inexplicable comfort wash over her one afternoon as she stood in the garden, her hands pressed against the earth. She had never been one to believe in visions or signs, but there, among the flowers, she felt Shahmaran's presence. The earth seemed to hum beneath her, the air thick with a feeling of love and loss intertwined. She looked down, and for a brief moment, she swore she saw the shape of a serpent coiling through the soil, the earth shifting as though it were alive, breathing. It wasn't frightening, it was comforting, like a reminder that love, even when lost, never truly fades away. The visions were subtle at first, like soft whispers in the dark. But as more people experienced them, they became louder, clearer. People spoke of feeling an intense energy, like an electric charge, when they sat in quiet spaces. Some said they could hear a voice in the wind, a voice that spoke not in words but in feelings, a deep, ancient knowing that stirred something within their hearts. Others reported strange occurrences, objects moving on their own, unexpected bursts of intuition, moments where the lines between the real world and the world of dreams seemed to blur. In some places, these signs began to take physical form. A man walking through the marketplace looked up and saw a serpent, carved in stone, gleaming in the sunlight. It wasn't a new carving, but it hadn't been there before, at least not in his memory. His heart skipped a beat as he stared at it, his mind racing. The serpent's eyes seemed to follow him, beckoning him closer. It was as if Shahmaran herself had left a sign for him, a clue that he wasn't just walking through life, but walking towards something far greater. The awakening was happening. People all over the world were beginning to see the signs, dreams, visions, symbols that seemed to appear from nowhere. Some believed it was merely coincidence, but those who had been touched by Shahmaran's presence knew better. The goddess was returning. Her teachings, her wisdom, her love, and her pain were all rising once more, and this time, the world was ready to listen. And yet, despite the overwhelming signs, there was a sense of quiet fear. The world had moved on, become fast and distracted, and the old ways seemed distant, irrelevant. Could the world truly understand what Shahmaran was trying to teach? Could humanity accept the lessons of love, betrayal, and sacrifice, of wisdom and healing that she offered? Still, the signs continued, growing stronger, undeniable. Like a spark waiting to catch fire, the energy of Shahmaran's return was spreading. And as it spread, so too did the quiet knowledge that things were about to change. Not just for the individuals who experienced the dreams and visions, but for the world as a whole. The awakening had begun, and the message was clear: the serpent goddess had returned, and her wisdom would no longer be ignored. The earth let out a sound that no one heard, but everyone felt. It wasn't loud. It didn't roar or crack. It was quieter than a whisper, but it seeped into the bones of those who listened. The rivers knew it. The forests held it in their leaves. Even the winds carried it, a longing, a cry for something lost. It came in waves, pressing against hearts that had grown too busy to notice. And yet, some noticed. A woman knelt in the dirt, her hands buried deep in the soil. Her fingers trembled as she felt the cold earth pulse beneath her touch. It was faint, but it was alive. She closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath, but it came out in shudders. The earth was breathing, and she felt it. Her heartbeat slowed, matching its rhythm. It was there, fragile but steady, like a distant drum calling her back to something ancient. Tears slid down her cheeks, not from sadness, but from a sorrow she couldn't name. She wasn't crying for herself. She was crying for the earth. Somewhere far away, a man stood on cracked ground. The dust clung to his boots as he stared at the emptiness before him. Once, this place had been green. He could still see it in his mind, the way the grass danced in the breeze, the sound of birds hidden in the trees. Now, there was nothing but silence and broken earth. He bent down, scooping a handful of dirt into his palm. It crumbled between his fingers, dry and lifeless. He let it fall, and it felt like letting go of something precious. But he couldn't walk away. Not this time. The earth was not silent. It was speaking, begging, pleading to be heard. The rivers that had dried into thin veins were crying out for water. The forests that had been stripped bare whispered secrets of what they had once been. The animals that had vanished left echoes behind, shadows in the places they used to roam. And the people, those who still listened, began to hear the call. It came to them in dreams, in sudden moments of stillness, in the spaces between breaths. It came as memories they couldn't explain, visions of a time when humans and nature were not strangers but kin. A child stood in a garden, her hands stained with dirt. She planted seeds, pressing them gently into the earth as if she were tucking them in for the night. She didn't know why she did it, why it felt so important to get her hands dirty, to feel the soil against her skin. But she did it anyway. She watered them, whispered to them, and waited. Days passed, and when the first green shoot broke through the surface, her heart swelled. It was small, fragile, but it was alive. And for the first time, she understood what it meant to care for something other than herself. In another place, an old man walked through a forest that had been forgotten. The trees leaned in, their branches brushing against his shoulders as if welcoming him back. He ran his fingers over the rough bark, feeling the stories hidden within. He closed his eyes and listened. The wind carried voices, voices of those who had walked this path before him, who had known how to live in harmony with the earth. He opened his eyes and saw what they had left behind, symbols carved into the stones, patterns woven into the roots. It wasn't too late. The forest hadn't given up, and neither would he. They began to return, those who had turned away from the earth, those who had forgotten. They came back, not with grand plans or promises, but with quiet actions. They planted trees, one by one, their hands digging into the dirt as if each seed could mend something broken. They cleaned rivers, pulled plastic from the shores, and let the water run clear again. They stood in fields of ash and planted hope, knowing it would take time but refusing to let the land remain empty. Some worked in silence, their hands speaking where words failed. Others cried out, raising their voices to warn the world of what had been lost and what could still be saved. They weren't heroes. They were ordinary people, guided by something they couldn't explain, something older than themselves. It wasn't easy. The earth pushed back. The rain refused to fall, the winds howled in anger, and the ground cracked open, swallowing their efforts. But they kept going. They didn't stop, even when their hands bled and their backs ached. And then, slowly, the earth began to answer. Rain fell where it hadn't fallen in years. Seeds sprouted in places thought to be dead. Rivers stretched out their arms and began to flow again. Birds returned, their songs breaking the silence. It wasn't loud. It didn't roar or crack. It was quieter than a whisper, but it seeped into the bones of those who listened. It was hope. A young girl stood at the edge of a field, her feet sinking into the mud. She looked out over the green, her eyes wide with wonder. She didn't remember the earth being like this, alive, breathing. She bent down and touched the grass, feeling the coolness against her skin. Her grandmother stood beside her, tears in her eyes. It wasn't always like this, the old woman said, her voice trembling. But it can be again. In the distance, the trees swayed, their leaves rustling in agreement. The earth was listening. And this time, so were the people. Her fingers trembled as she ran them over the faded photograph. It was just a snapshot, a moment frozen in time, but it carried more weight than anyone could understand. The edges were worn, the faces blurred, but the emotion in it, the love, was clear as day. A love that was forbidden, a love that had been silenced by fear, by betrayal, and by the cruel twist of fate. In the photo, two souls looked at each other, their eyes filled with a silent promise. A promise that never had the chance to come true. It was the kind of love that people would whisper about in hushed tones, the kind of love that society couldn't accept. She had always felt it. She had always known. Somewhere deep inside, she carried the story of Shahmaran and her forbidden love, though she had never heard it spoken aloud. The Serpent Queen who had dared to love a man, only for that love to be stolen away by the cruelty of those who didn't understand. The woman in the photo wasn't Shahmaran, and yet she could feel her heartache and her longing. It wasn't just history. It was alive, pulsing in the veins of those who still remembered. In the heart of the city, where the streets hummed with the constant rush of life, Lila walked through the crowd, her thoughts far away. Her heart ached with a strange heaviness, as though someone else's sorrow had been placed inside of her. Every day felt like a struggle to hold on to something pure, something that felt real. But the world was so loud, so full of expectations, and the weight of them pressed down on her chest. She could barely breathe without someone telling her what to feel or how to think. And then she met him. Javier. His eyes were different from anyone she had ever known, deep, full of a quiet understanding. They didn't speak much at first. It was the silence between them that connected them, that told them everything they needed to know. The first time their hands brushed, there was a jolt, like an electric current, a spark of something neither of them could deny. Something that was beyond logic, beyond reason. They couldn't be together. They both knew that. Javier was from a world that didn't belong to her. His family, his culture, they were all too different from her own. Her parents, her friends, her life, they wouldn't understand. And she couldn't bring herself to be the cause of a rift, of a fracture in a world that already seemed so fragile. But the heart doesn't listen to rules. The heart doesn't care about boundaries. And Lila's heart had already made its choice. Every stolen moment, every secret glance they shared, only made it more difficult to walk away. Her chest tightened with each passing day, every second they were apart. They met in quiet corners, in hidden places where the world couldn't reach them. They spoke in whispers, sharing dreams that could never come true, hearts that could never beat as one. Their love was not meant to be. It couldn't be. They both knew it. But the pain of knowing that only made the moments together feel all the more precious. Javier would tell her things she didn't know she needed to hear. He'd smile in a way that made her forget everything else, made her forget the weight of the world on her shoulders. They laughed together, like children, as if the past didn't exist and the future didn't matter. They were together, in the here and now, and that was enough. And yet, it wasn't. There was no escaping the truth. The world outside their secret bubble wouldn't let them be. Javier's family had plans for him, plans that didn't include her. Lila's own family had expectations of her, dreams that were not her own. The pressure was suffocating, and soon, it became clear. Javier started pulling away, his calls becoming fewer, his touches more distant. His once bright eyes now held a sadness she couldn't name, a grief that cut through her. It was a loss she hadn't anticipated, a loss that felt like a betrayal, even though she knew he wasn't to blame. One evening, as the sun set behind the city skyline, Lila stood outside, her hands gripping the railing as she watched the sky bleed into a deep, heartbreaking red. She didn't know what had happened. She didn't know when it had begun, but it was ending. The phone call had been short, almost painful to listen to. He was gone. Her heart, her soul, it was all in pieces, scattered in places she couldn't reach. She wanted to scream, to demand why fate had been so cruel, but the words didn't come. All she could feel was the overwhelming weight of the silence. There were two people from different worlds, and those worlds had crushed their love. Just like Shahmaran, her love had been doomed from the start. Days passed, and the city continued on, indifferent to the brokenness that lay beneath the surface. But for Lila, it was impossible to move forward. Everywhere she went, everything she did, reminded her of him, of the love she could never have. It felt like a part of her had died, a part that could never be revived. Yet, somewhere, deep inside her, the story of Shahmaran lived on. She could feel it, like a fire burning quietly within her. The Serpent Queen, who had loved a man who wasn't meant to be hers, who had paid the price for daring to feel something so pure. Lila understood now, in a way she hadn't before. She was living the very same tragedy, the very same sorrow. She was carrying that story within her, and she realized, with a painful clarity, that some loves are never meant to be. Some loves are just too beautiful, too true, to survive in a world that doesn't understand. But still, the love didn't die. It couldn't. It was still there, in the quiet moments when she remembered his smile, his touch, the way he had made her feel seen. It was still there, in her chest, a pulsing reminder of something lost. Like Shahmaran's love, it would never truly fade away. It would linger, quiet and painful, for as long as she lived. And in that lingering, she would carry a piece of him with her, just as Shahmaran had carried her love, even in the face of everything that had torn them apart. Her eyes burned as she stared at the carved stone, the ancient symbols etched into it like whispers from a forgotten world. The image of a serpent coiled around a woman, their forms intertwined in a way that seemed to defy nature itself. Shahmaran. The name echoed in her mind, heavy with a sense of awe and something far deeper, something that made her heart race. Here, in this quiet, sacred place, the Queen of Serpents was eternal, her legacy forever intertwined with the very fabric of love and sacrifice. The story of Shahmaran had never truly left the world, not really. It had endured, passed down through centuries, carried on the wind like a song that wouldn't fade away. She was a queen who defied fate itself, a woman who dared to love when the world told her she couldn't. And like all stories of forbidden love, hers was not without pain. Hers was not without loss. Sophie had heard the tale as a child, her grandmother's voice soft and reverent as it filled the air, the words wrapping themselves around her like a comforting embrace. Shahmaran, her grandmother had whispered, is more than a story. She is a warning, a reminder of the cost of love, of the price we pay when we love too deeply. Sophie had never quite understood. The story seemed too distant, too impossible to relate to. But as she grew, the world had a way of making her see things she wasn't ready for. And now, as the years pressed on, it was as though Shahmaran's story was more real than ever. Sophie stood there now, a woman who had loved fiercely, who had dared to open her heart to someone who couldn't possibly stay. She had given herself to a love that wasn't meant to be. And it had torn her apart. She could still remember the way his touch had felt, the way his words had soothed her fears, the way his smile had made the world feel brighter. But like Shahmaran, her love had been doomed from the start. She'd never been able to keep him, just as Shahmaran had never been able to keep the man she loved. The world, full of its rules and boundaries, had broken their love into pieces, too fragile to survive. And in the end, like Shahmaran, Sophie had paid the price. Her heart, once so full, was now a quiet echo of what could have been. A sacrifice, she thought, as she placed a hand on the stone, feeling its cool surface beneath her fingers. But Shahmaran's sacrifice was more than just a tragic ending. It was a story of resilience, of strength that transcended the physical world. Her love, her pain, had transcended death itself, carved into the earth, etched into the very bones of the world. She had been betrayed, her love turned into something that was too dangerous, too wild for the world to understand. But she hadn't just been a victim. No. Shahmaran had chosen to give herself to the cause of something greater, something beyond love. She had given everything, just as she had given herself to the man she loved, to preserve a balance that no one else could see, and Sophie, as she stood there now, felt the weight of that choice. The world had taken so much from her, it seemed, and yet the woman on that stone had made it clear that sometimes, the greatest gift we can give is to let go, to sacrifice our own happiness for something that is larger than ourselves. Sophie didn't know if she could ever make such a choice, but she felt something stir within her, a calling, perhaps. Shahmaran had shown the world that love could be both beautiful and painful, that sometimes, love meant giving up what you wanted most for the good of others. She had done that. And in doing so, she had created a legacy that would never fade. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the stone, Sophie found herself thinking of all the other stories, the ones that were told in secret whispers, of those who had loved too deeply, who had sacrificed their happiness for a world that didn't understand. It wasn't just Shahmaran's story that lived on. It was the story of all those who had given their hearts to the impossible, who had loved in the face of fear, and who had lived through the pain of knowing that love could not always stay. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of the earth, of time, of something ancient. And Sophie felt it, the presence of something, or someone, who had walked this path long before her. The world might have forgotten Shahmaran in some ways, but here, in this quiet space, she was eternal. Her love had lived on, passed through the hands of countless others, and now it was Sophie who carried it, who felt it burning in her chest. She couldn't explain it. But she knew. Shahmaran's legacy wasn't just the story of a woman who had loved too much. It was the story of a queen who had sacrificed her own heart for the good of something larger, for the balance of the world itself. And Sophie, as she closed her eyes and whispered her name into the evening breeze, knew that somewhere, deep inside her, Shahmaran's spirit had awakened. And she would carry it with her. Forever.